Test 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test. Okay. Thế nó sao? Đừng cho anh sầm mắm ạ.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here today. I know that it has been a lot of preparation in the background, and we're really appreciative of the fact that you took the time to also be here. I see some new faces, so welcome very much to the African IGF Parliamentary Track. It's already its 4th edition. And I also see some faces that have been participating actively already in the past years. So without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to our head of IGF Secretariat, Chengetai Masango, who will be presenting his opening remarks online. And then shortly after, we will also hear from Adil Suleiman from the African Union Commission. And we also have here the head of cooperation from the German embassy here in Tanzania. Thank you so much. Chengetai, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, Salaam. Honorable members of parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and a privilege to address you today at the African IGF Parliamentary Track, taking place in the vibrant city of Dar es Salaam. I would first like to extend my sincere appreciation to the host country, its parliament, the Africa IGF Secretariat, as well as the African Union and GIZ, for allowing us to engage in a dialogue amongst members of parliament with other prominent stakeholders on some of the most pressing issues of our digital age. This year marks the 4th edition of the Africa IGF Parliamentary Track, and I'm very pleased to see returning participants, but also many new lawmakers from the continent. A warm welcome to those parliamentarians joining the IGF ecosystem for the first time. To all other legislators already active in the IGF space, I wish to thank you for your ongoing commitment and valuable contributions. Indeed, your legislative influence is key to transforming the ideas and policies discussed by all stakeholders at the IGF into concrete action, helping to shape a digital space that is both inclusive and responsible. I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight the sub-regional parliamentary track held last week at the West Africa IGF and its resulting parliamentary declaration on digital governance. This was made possible thanks to the dedicated collaboration with the National Assembly of Nigeria, Senator Shahib Falabi Salasu, and Member of Parliament Adedeju Stanley Olajede are in the room at the African IGF, as well as other partners. The African IGF Parliamentary Track can be leveraged to elevate outcomes of these sub-regional discussions to a continental level. This year's Regional Parliamentary Track touches upon the topic of freedom of expression in the digital space and the resilience of our democratic systems. As legislators, you're both called not only to catch up with this pace of technological change, but to ensure that our frameworks support open, secure, and trustworthy online environments, where freedom of expression is protected and disinformation is tracked effectively. The internet can be a powerful engine for democratic participation, but it can also be manipulated to erode public trust, spread misleading information, and polarize societies. Navigating this digital policy landscape is complex and challenging, since policymakers are confronted with a delicate balance between ensuring cybersecurity, safeguarding the accuracy and reliability of online information, and upholding fundamental human rights, especially the right to freedom of expression. This regional parliamentary track is an opportunity for each of us to learn from one another's experiences and to build a shared vision for digital governance that places human rights and democratic values at its core. You will hear from fellow parliamentarians and experts on legislative approaches to protect online expression, counter harmful content, and foster information integrity. Freedom of expression is a cornerstone of democracy. It must be upheld both offline and online. But with freedom comes responsibility. The integrity of the information ecosystem, especially in times of elections, public debate, and crisis, determines how informed and empowered citizens truly are. It is our duty to ensure that digital platforms do not become tools for manipulation or exclusion, but rather spaces where diversity of thought is celebrated and truth prevails. Distinguished members of Parliament, let us embrace the power of multi-stakeholder collaboration, engage with the private sector, civil society, the technical community, and academia. Use platforms like the IGF to bridge national perspective with regional and global best practices. Our work here in Africa also feeds into broader international digital governance processes. I encourage you to participate at the African IGF sessions related to the ongoing 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS Plus 20. This important UN process will further guide the global digital agenda, and your active participation strengthens our collective efforts into elevating Africa's position on the international scene. This leads to my next point. I'm inviting you all to bring these important conversations to the upcoming Global IGF in Lillestrøm, Norway, taking place from the 23rd to the 27th of June, under the theme, Building Digital Governance Together. Let us ensure that Africa's voice is being heard and that the continent continues to develop policies that support digital rights, democratic governance, and sustainable development. Thank you for your attention. I wish you fruitful and thought-provoking discussions. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Chengetai, for your opening remarks. I would now like to give the floor to Adil Suleiman, who is Senior Policy Officer at the African Union Commission and also joining us today online. Adil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Celine. Let me just first, I must admit that it's a very beautiful setting that I have missed. We're still trying to make it physically to the meeting, but let's hope that could be possible. Having said that, Mr. Chengetai Masengo, head of the IGF Secretariat, Julia Kronberg, head of Cooperation German Embassy in Tanzania, honorable delegates, all protocol observed. I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to welcome the African members of parliaments to this year track. The African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance is the shining model of success. APNIC has made the African IGF family stronger and sets a good example for other prominent stakeholder groups to follow. The overall theme of this year, African IGF, Empowering Africa's Digital Future, is in full alignment with the African Digital Compact, the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, 2020-2030, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. Digitalization is an important lever towards realizing the African Union Agenda 2063 goals and aspirations. The EU Commission developed the African Digital Compact, articulating the African vision of the digital future of our continent, the Africa we want. In parallel, the Commission developed the continental AI strategy to position our continent to reap the benefits of artificial intelligence while safeguarding the African continent from the danger of unethical use of this technology. Digital technology is a powerful force for good, but we also see that it is a tool that can be easily put to bad use. How do we save our privacy and personal data in an age of artificial intelligence, facial recognition, location monitoring, biometric sensors, and the Internet of Things will ultimately shape our digital future? The African Union Commission is very pleased to share that PRIDA Phase 2, for those who are not familiar with the acronym, PRIDA is Policy and Regulation Initiative for Digital Africa, will be formally launched with the support of the EU later this year. Internet governance will be a pillar under this new initiative. It is our hope that through the project, we could launch capacity development initiative on internet governance for parliamentarians, policymakers, and diplomats. A draft continental cybersecurity strategy for Africa is under review. The EU Commission is currently conducting validation workshop involving the various stakeholder groups on the continent. Ideally, the final draft should be presented to the EU organs for consideration and possible adoption within the second half of this year. The implementation and follow-up of the WSIS Plus 20, the African Digital Compact, the Global Digital Compact, present African parliamentarians vital guidance to our digital future and provide valuable resources for policymaking in the digital space. I wish to thank our friend at ECA, and DESA, and the German Foreign Office for their collaboration on this important initiative. This event will feed into the global IGF process, and the voices and positions of African parliamentarians will be well presented during this global event. It is our hope that we can all work together to ensure that this effort and engagement can be sustained in the years to come. Finally, let me express once again my gratitude to the African Member of Parliaments who are here today, physically or online. I wish you all a fruitful deliberation and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Adil, for your opening remarks. I would now like to give the floor to Julia, Head of Cooperation at the German Embassy here in Tanzania.
Thank you. So, Jambo, habari asubuhi. Honorable members of parliament joining the African Internet Governance Forum here and virtually. In the absence of our ICT Deputy Minister, allow me to welcome you and to give you a warm karibuni na Dar es Salaam, the vibrant city here at the Indian Ocean. I'm based here at the German Embassy across the street at Umoja House as a head of cooperation since August this year. And also a warm greetings from my side to Mr. Chengetai Masango and Mr. Adil Suleiman, who we just heard. So distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to join you here today at the regional parliamentary track of the African Internet Governance Forum in the United Republic of Tanzania. The last 4 years, I've worked as a senior policy officer on our cooperation with the African Union. And as the GIZ project that is based with cooperation with the EU Commission, we've supported and initiated at the German Ministry of Development Cooperation. I'm very well aware of our long-standing cooperation and support to the IGF. And in that sense, Germany remains deeply committed to a multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, one that includes not only governments and technical experts, but also civil society, business, youth, and you yourself as elected representatives. We believe this is the only way to shape a digital future that is inclusive, democratic, and sustainable. And as you're all aware, this year's forum takes place at a particular significant moment. We look toward the 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society in 2025, known as the WSIS Plus 20. The global community has an opportunity and a responsibility to reflect on how far we've come and where we must go next. The WSIS process, launched in 2003 and 2005 in Geneva and Tunis, created a foundational principles for an inclusive and rights-based information society. It also established key institutions and frameworks, including this one, the Internet Governance Forum, that have guided digital cooperation for now nearly 2 decades. And still this year, in 2025, the United Nations General Assembly will review and decide on the future of these arrangements. This will be a critical moment to reaffirm the value of open, inclusive, multi-stakeholder dialogue, and to make sure that the internet governance continues to serve sustainable development, human rights, and global digital cooperation. And for that matter, it's of significant importance that African voices must play a central role in this process. As the continent with the youngest population and a fast-growing digital economy, Africa has much to contribute to global digital governance and much at stake in its future direction. And this is why we strongly encourage all African stakeholders, especially government, parliaments, youth, and civil society, to engage actively in the WSIS Plus 20 consultations, including through forums such like this one. Germany is proud to be a long-standing supporter of the IGF, both globally and regionally. Since hosting the global IGF in Berlin in 2019, we have worked to ensure that it remains a platform with diverse perspective, shaping digital policy. And we are particularly proud to support participation from parliamentarians from Africa and African youth in both here the Africa IGF and at the global level. We value your growing engagement as African members of parliament in these processes. They bring critical insights from national level policymaking, help bridge local concerns with regional frameworks, and ensure that African priorities are clearly articulated on the global stage. So your voices are essential in developing legal and policy frameworks that are forward-looking, inclusive, and rights-based. Through German Development Cooperation, and in particular the Datacipation program of GIZ, we continue to work closely with the African Union on harmonizing digital policy across the continent, such as the already mentioned EU Data Policy Framework. These efforts benefit greatly from open dialogue among stakeholders, including elected representatives and the young people. So distinguished guests, thank you for your presence here in Dar es Salaam and online. Your engagement makes the Africa IGF a powerful space for cooperation and learning. I wish you a successful and inspiring forum, and may your discussions help to shape a digital future that is inclusive, secure, rights-respecting, and firmly grounded in African realities and aspirations. So I invite and I will leave you to discuss and reflect here and back home, and most importantly, to take action in your home countries and jointly at the regional level, as well as with Germany, Europe, and other partners at the international level. We want to partner with you in co-creating and protecting a digital future that is inclusive, democratic, and sustainable, as well as supporting the fight against the protection of cybersecurity. So asanteni sana, I thank you. I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia, for your opening remarks and also for taking the time to be here. We also really appreciate the supports that Germany and the GIZ is being given to us. I would like to, before we start with the first parliamentary session, I would like to guide you a little bit through the program of today. So for information, and this is also something that we will be sharing later today at the closing, the global parliamentary track will have very similar themes. And one of the idea is actually that these topics are being discussed first here at the regional level, and then most of you will also be part of the global discussions later on in Lillestrøm, Norway from 23rd to 27th of June, where basically outcomes of today's discussions can be elevated to the global levels. So we'll be starting with the first parliamentary track session on safeguarding the democracy in the digital age, legislative priorities and also policy pathways in Africa. And we will have part of that panel, Senator Catherine Muma from Kenya. I'll kindly ask her to join the panel. Yes, please. And Rachel Magege, also from Policy. And last but not least, Lindsay Oriko, as a program officer at the National Cohesion and Integration Commission in Kenya. The moderator will be Lilian Nalwoga, director at CIPESA. Later on, we will have, after the coffee break, a roundtable discussion with actually all of you, a chance for you to introduce yourselves, to get to know each other, and also to talk about the most pressing digital concerns in your respective countries. And before the lunch break, we'll also have a session on striking the balance between upholding freedom of expression and also the fight against cybercrime. And something also that you can look forward to is, after the lunch break, an intergenerational dialogue together with the African youth. And this is where we will go down to their conference hall, where you will be having some discussions also with the next generation of young leaders. Finally, we'll also have a session on building inclusive AI together with our very good collaborators, Research ICT Africa. And we'll be closing the day at 5 p.m. And we'll also let you know more a little bit about what to expect at the African IGF starting tomorrow, but also the global IGF in Norway. So I thank you very much. And Lilian, perfect. Yes, perfect.
Good morning once again. My name is Lilian Naroka. I work with CIPESA. CIPESA is the collaboration on international ICT policy for East and Southern Africa. It's such a mouthful, but in short, we call it CIPESA. It has nothing to do with PESA. To my East African colleagues, honorable members, welcome to our first session. And I would like to introduce our panelists in the interest of time, because I think we've lost about 45 minutes already. This session, as we've already had the agenda today and from the opening panel, we are looking at safeguarding democracy in the digital age. And we are looking at legislative priorities and policy pathways in Africa. Recognize that citizens need to have confidence in the systems and institutions of democracy, including electoral processes. So while trust is deteriorating with the rapid spread of misinformation through the digital technologies, citizens need to have confidence in the systems and institutions of democracy. So this session, as we can see, brings together perspectives from a legislator, Senator Catherine Muma from Kenya, to exchange good practices on strengthening institutional resilience against misinformation and lessons learned from diverse regulatory approaches to preserve the information integrity. We are also going to hear from colleagues from civil society who have been doing quite a lot of work, research, and documenting incidents of misinformation, but also having policy recommendations on how we can strengthen the electoral processes. So I'll start with Honorable Catherine. You could introduce yourself, and then you pass on the mic to the lady next to you. Yes, introduction only, and then we'll get into.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Muma. I'm a nominated senator in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. But professionally, I'm a human rights lawyer, and I have worked in different spaces. I've worked in government. I used to be, I served in the Office of the Attorney General. I have also served on an independent institution, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. I have also served on the commission that reviewed electoral laws of Kenya after the 2007 electoral violence in Kenya. We had to change the electoral system. I have also served as the elections chair of one of the biggest parties in Kenya, the Orange Democratic Party. I have also served in the civil society, where I established a human rights institution in health. In brief, that is who I am.
Thank you, Senator. Nice to have you. Rachel, just a brief about your institution, and then to Lindsay.
Thank you so much, Lillian. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Julius Nyerere International Convention Center, and welcome to Tanzania. My name is Rachel Magege. I come from right here in Tanzania, and I'm a data protection lawyer. I work at Policy Data Institute, which works with civil society, and I also do offer my expertise and contribution to a number of other professional bodies in data protection and privacy advisory. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Good morning. I'm Lindsay Oriko from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, which is a statutory body in Kenya. And its its mandate is to promote peace and also to eliminate all forms of discrimination, ethnic discrimination. And yeah.
Thank you, Lindsay. I've been also informed that the Deputy Minister from Tanzania is here. So we can continue? Okay, great. I'd been informed that he's around the corner, so we thought that we could have him come say a few remarks, but let's just go into our session. So ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, thank you so much. So I'll start with Honorable Senator Catherine Muma. Could you share some insights? As a human rights advocate, you have quite a very impressive CV. You're a lawyer, you're a legislator as well. Could you share impact of misinformation, disinformation on democracies? From your experience, what have you experienced? And you could set the pace for our colleagues from civil society.
Thank you, Lilian. Allow me first to contextualize. First, the world democratic order is largely anchored in the electoral system. It is through the electoral system that citizens elect their governments and entrust their sovereign power with those governments to make policies, to make laws, to adjudicate over any dispute resolution in order to ensure service delivery to them. So electoral systems are absolutely important in terms of protecting the sovereignty of the citizens of any country and ensuring that those citizens' right to elect, to choose, and to make meaningful choices around who will lead them and who can represent them happens. Therefore, one, to acknowledge that digital technology in the age of today is a tool that can actually enhance electoral processes and should actually be embraced largely to help guide internal processes of electoral management bodies to guide transparency, accountability around elections, to actually reduce the huge costs that are spent on elections by ensuring that they cut down by way of using technology. We are able to reduce the amounts of money we spend on all the processes. And elections is not an event of the elections day. Elections begin with delimitation of boundaries, registration of voters, and all of those activities up to announcing results on the elections day. So my view is that we can actually deploy digital technology to make those processes much more transparent, much more accountable, and much more simple to ensure that we enhance the right to participate in elections. But we have also seen misinformation, disinformation, malinformation deployed as political strategies in elections to actually distort the information, ensure that the playing field is unequal, and it impacts the democratic space by violating human rights, for instance, threatening the freedom of thought, threatening the freedom to participate, to access accurate information in order to make informed decisions, invading in the right to privacy, and ensuring that protection against offenses like defamation, libel are not well catered for. Now, it also, when that happens, you find that the strategies largely distort the situation, and members of the public or citizens who participate in the electoral process are then not able to make informed decisions. And it is particularly bad because of to more vulnerable members of society who, because of a social media misinformation, disinformation, would end up with a picture that is not accurate around a situation, and therefore make a choice that they would otherwise not have made, or refrain from participating in an electoral process, which is their right, because of a fear or such threat that may come through disinformation, misinformation, or malinformation. Through this social media, we have seen attacks. And as a female member of parliament, I want to also single out or to highlight the fact that female members of parliament and or female candidates in electoral processes particularly face an assault that draws from historical gender biases and discrimination to actually try to bring down female candidates. So misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation can actually enhance digitally driven GBV, and in electoral processes that has largely managed to get female members of parliament participating in elections, female candidates participating in elections to actually move out. I'm a member of the IPU, and I think Canada did their elections recently. There is a female senator who actually decided to drop out of a race because she was being abused on social media. She came to a point where she decided, I would rather move out, safeguard the safety, mental health of my children and my family, rather than participate in this process. Now, in terms of government side, disinformation, misinformation, malinformation can actually be used to build dictatorships. We've had situations where government-backed actors use disinformation to distort a situation about an opposition political party, an opposition candidate, and so on. And that is a form of dictatorship. They can also trigger aggression that may end up with wars. Malinformation, misinformation, disinformation can actually, if you talk about a civil situation, can trigger civil unrest. We had in 2007 electoral violence that was driven by political information and misinformation that was tribal. So as a result, you find now you're setting up tribal A against tribal B or faction A against faction B, and this can actually end up in civil war, violence, and so on. And beyond violence amongst society, you can actually trigger violence against individuals, be they supporters or candidates, and so on. It can also interfere with the justice process in terms of highlighting situations, misrepresenting situation, and so on. Sadly, the digital technology that has been misinforming is actually a profit earner for those who are using such misinformation. So there is a lot that is happening, in my view, that is a corrupt way of actually earning resources. Now, what can we do as legislators around this issue? Yesterday, in a forum yesterday, I said that the tech and the digital space is sprinting while the legislators are mark timing. Are we reviewing our laws in a timely manner to catch up or to ensure that we deal with these issues? Legislators and parliaments will have to actually think around the clock to see how do we review our electoral laws to ensure we provide provisions, guidelines that can ensure there is professional, ethical behavior within media, social media, and even among politicians to ensure that misinformation, disinformation, malinformation is not used to distort the democratic space. So as legislators would have a role to ensure that we are passing laws that are informed enough to guide the process rather than inhibit innovation and growth. How are we going to ensure we have a balance that allows innovation while protecting against the potential human rights violations that come with these issues? How do we ensure we are able to monitor independent institutions, executive institutions with the responsibility to implement these issues? How are we to ensure that election management bodies remain the neutral arbiters or institutions that are supposed to deliver free, fair elections rather than getting manipulated either by government or individual candidates in these issues? How do we ensure that these laws promote transparency, accountability, human rights, but are not about censorship and taking away or clawing back on access to freedom? How can we foster sharing of information that is accurate and ensure that we have the tools necessary to deter misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation? I think I can stop there for the time being.
Thank you so much, Senator. I think you really set the pace and the bar quite there with the remarks, the questions on what role the legislators can do in ensuring that we embrace technology while at the same time, creating safeguards for us to be able to use technology in a better way to inform decision-making, especially when it comes to the electoral processes. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to our next panelists, I would like to welcome Engineer Mary Priska Winfred Mahundi, Deputy Minister for Communication and Information Technology, Tanzania, who has been able to make it, and she's going to give us a bit of welcome remarks, making sure that we're enjoying our conversations in Tanzania. And so, Honorable Engineer, you're most welcome. I would like to give you the floor to say a few remarks about this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. For Tanzanians, we salute to each other. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, kazi iendelee. That means we are trying to give power to each one of us. We have to proceed working. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and profound optimism that I stand before you today as we are discussing a shared vision for African internet governance, which is anchored in equity, innovation, resilience, and sustainability. First and foremost, I would like to extend on behalf of the government of United Republic of Tanzania our sincere gratitude for your presence and active participation in this forum here in Tanzania. Your agreement reflects a shared commitment to shaping the future of our digital landscape, and your contributions are deeply valued. We welcome you all. Karibuni sana Tanzania. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here at a pivotal moment, a time of profound technological transformation that requires ourselves to relive how we connect, govern, innovate, and grow. Absolutely, we warmly applaud the Africa IGF Parliamentary Track organizers for these collaborative efforts and the spirit that this forum embodies. This track underscores not only our collective resolve, but also our rightful position as architects of Africa digital transformation. Through dialogues, partnership, and shared technical ambitions, we are laying the foundations for more inclusive, secure, and sustainable digital future for our continent. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Africa IGF 2025 Parliament Track sets a platform of our digital destiny. It's not merely a meeting, it is convergence point for bold ideas, shared responsibilities, and transformative solutions. It provides us with the opportunity to take collective ownership of Africa's digital future, to move from visions to implementations, from potential to performance. Through this forum, we reinforce our capacity not just to adapt to global digital change, but to lead, influence, and shape it on our own terms, aligned with our values, our priorities, and our aspirations. Let us use this forum as a platform to a single, open, and inclusive space for dialogue, collaborations, and actions. In doing so, we affirm that the foundation principle that internet governance must be multi-stakeholder in nature, transparent, inclusive, and collaborative rather than concentrated in hands of any single entity or actor. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, this forum challenges us to rethink and reimagine our approach to the foundational elements of the internet ecosystem. We must address legislative and digital policy issues relevant to Africa countries on critical issues such as robust and secure internet infrastructure, reliable energy and connectivity, data protection, digital rights, inclusive innovations, and capacity building in cooperation to ensure that every African, regardless of the geographical, has equitably access to digital opportunities. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, internet governance at its core, it's about ensuring that the digital ecosystem serves the needs of people. It is about creating policies that empower communities, bridge divides, and create opportunities for growth. In Africa, where the potential of information communication technologies is immense, the stakes are high. From enabling access to education and healthcare to fostering entrepreneurship and economic resilience, ICTs holds the key to unlock sustainable development across the continent. But to realize this potential, we need more than infrastructure and innovations. We need people. We need leaders who are equipped with knowledge, skills, and visions to design and implement people-centered, development-oriented digital policies. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania has taken various policy and legislative on internet governance, which ensures that the digital ecosystem serves the needs of people and promotes social and economic development. This includes the National ICT Policy of 2016, Universal Communication Act of 2006, Electronic and Postal Communication Act of 2010, Cyber Security Act of 2015, Electronic Transactions Act of 2015, E-Government Act of 2019, and the Personal Data Protection Act of 2022. There are also various strategies, including the National E-Government Strategy, National Broadband Strategy, Government Cybersecurity Strategy, and National Digital Economy Framework 2024-2034. Also, the government has established a special ministry responsible for ICT issues, along with key institutions such as the E-Government Authority, IGA, Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority, TCRA, Personal Data Protection Commission, PDPC, Universal Communications Fund, UCSAF, Information and Communication Technology Commissions, as well as ICT Department and units within the public institutions. Tanzania remains committed to bridging the digital divide. We have made significant strides in improving cybersecurity and are proud to be ranked first in East Africa and third on the continent in the ITU Global Cybersecurity Index. But we know there is more to do, especially in building public awareness, equipping young people with digital skills, and encouraging innovation-led entrepreneurship. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Africa parliamentarians have the pivotal role in amplifying Africa voices through democratic oversight, promote digital rights, and drive sustainable development. As we are discussing today, Global Digital Compact and many other international frameworks on internet governance, Africa's voice must also be heard and headed on the global stage. We are particularly proud of hosting the parliamentary track, gathering once more legislators from across Africa to engage in crucial policy conversations. As we come together to explore digital policy issues, we must also confront growing concern that affects the foundation of our democracies, the integrity of information online. That is why this forum is not just about infrastructure and innovation, it is about safeguarding the values that underpin our societies: trust, accountability, and inclusion. It is about defending the right of citizens to express themselves freely while ensuring that those expressions are not drowned out or distorted by harmful content, hate speech, or deliberate falsehoods. Tanzania is proud to contribute to this dialogue, and we recognize that information integrity is essential to empowering our people and strengthening democratic participation. As we expand internet access to rural communities and deepen digital engagement, we must also equip our citizens with digital literacy and critical thinking skills to navigate the online world responsibly. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, let us use this forum to call for stronger intra-Africa coordination to ensure effective engagement in global internet governance forum. Let us agree on how are we going to resolve the issues we face on internet. Governance through the global, but let's make our solutions be grounded in Africa realities. This track is a reflection of our belief that democracy must evolve alongside technology, and that legislation must serve as both safeguard and enabler. Your leadership is key to crafting laws and frameworks, and gathering you from various African countries is vital to protect digital rights, foster innovations, and promote regional harmony in our regulatory approaches. Let us use this forum not just as the space for discussion, but also launchpad for actionable outcomes. Outcomes that will shape policy, build capacity, and ensure that Africans' voice is clearly heard and respectedly in global internet. Governance processes, let us move together towards a digital future that is open, secure, inclusive, and truly African. Distinguished members of parliament, leaders and ladies and gentlemen, as the host country of Africa IGF 2025, would like to express our unwavering support for the continuity and the strengthening of the Internet Governance Forum. Let us seize this moment with unity, ambition, and purpose. Let us build a digital Africa for the next generation, a continent that is connected, empowered, and sovereign in its digital future. Together, we can ensure that digital technologies serve as tools for sustainable development, for upholding human rights, and for building the future that is just, inclusive, and prosperous for all. With these few remarks, I declare that African Parliamentary Track IGF 2025 is official opened. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Karibuni sana Tanzania. Wishing you all the best for all what you are going to discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I'm not so sure if you're joining the panel. You would like to stay for the panel? Serin?
I'm told to have another panel to go and open also. I'll just be here for the time being.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And indeed, your remarks are fitting so much well in the panel that we are having right now, which is looking at safeguarding democracy in the digital age. And we are looking at legislative priorities and policy pathways. Earlier on, when you joined, we had Senator Muma take us through the importance of digital technologies and electoral processes. And she highlighted issues on using misinformation to distort electoral processes, but also highlighted as a lady Senate, how much technology has been used to create platform, creating digital attacks on female candidates, and the gender biases at times that technology facilitates, and the need to address those kind of, biases. With that, we have on our panel, we have Miss Rachel Magenge. She's a lawyer. She works with policy. And I would like her to, Rachel, to pick on the conversation from what we've heard from Senator Muma and also from the Deputy Minister. From the work that you're doing, are there any legal frameworks that are pertaining to information security from the research that you've been conducting that can be used to address issues on disinformation and misinformation in the electoral processes? Rachel, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Lillian. Honorable Deputy Minister, I'm very happy to see you. Thank you for joining us. We last met, the Honorable Deputy Minister is a very big champion of internet rights and data protection. We last met at a very big training workshop for lawyers, actually, with the Tanganyika Law Society. And so to now my main contribution on this panel, honorables and delegates, I will not take too much time to mention each and every legal framework, but I do commend all of you sitting here with us because we do see the work that you have done, especially when we look at laws on data protection, on cybersecurity, which will form part of in most of the conversations that we have here. I'm also very appreciative of the different sub-regional frameworks that we have, and just to mention a few, for example, the East African Community Framework on Cyber Laws. We have the SADC, Southern African Development Community Model Law on Data Protection, the Economic Community of West Africa, ECOWAS Cybersecurity Strategies, and there are a number of all of these different frameworks. Now, when talking about information security, Lillian, as you have told me, as you have just mentioned, we're looking at how to protect information. Yes, and information now being at the Internet Governance Forum, we're looking at the internet space, we're looking at the digital space. Our inspiration and part of where we can actually draw motivation as lawmakers, as legal practitioners, as lawyers, we are also reminded of the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection, being the Malabo Convention. We highly commend the countries that have signed and ratified it, and we do hope to see more member states join in on this convention as well. I think something that is very valuable to us when we think of legislative priorities, which is the main topic area of this panel, is looking at these different instruments in their different formats. We had a very wonderful conversation at the just concluded African School on Internet Governance Forum, where we had to break down what we mean by a convention, a treaty, a strategy, a policy, a framework. And I know that being here in the presence of honorables and lawmakers, these are things that we have to critically digest, because at the end of the day, depending on national interests and national priorities, Henriette, who was our coordinator with us, and Celine was also with us, we were talking about looking at maybe this point in time, do we need to make another East African Community Framework, or do we actually more need a strategy? So these are conversations that I'm happy to see us having, and I hope as lawmakers and legislators will continue to see. My contribution also in this is looking at different case studies and looking at different success stories that have happened within our communities, within our regions. I had mentioned that I'll talk about at least 2 case studies. Specifically, allow me to look at data protection, because that is recently we have just seen from West Africa the governments of Benin and the governments of Mali coming together with their data protection authorities, signing an agreement for better learning and insight sharing, specifically on complaint handling procedures. Yes, so if we're talking about information security, the information of our citizens, the information of our governments, the data protection authorities, the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection does encourage member state cooperation. And I was very happy personally, I was very happy to see the government of Benin and Malawi come together and form this agreement. But also in the Southern African part, for example, Eswatini, the Data Protection Authority of Eswatini signing an agreement with South Africa, with the information regulator of South Africa, on better cooperation, better learning on how to protect this information and data. So my last remark, Lillian, my last remark is on this, because the internet governance conversation is very wide and moving very fast because data protection is very crucial and very important. A lot of the things and the items that we should even be encouraged to think about are the everyday and normal things that we may want to consider in different laws that we are going to create or make. For example, do we want to start thinking on looking at specific laws and frameworks on how people can inherit digital assets when a person dies? Yes. Do we want to think, and maybe this has already been discussed in the different parliaments, in different governments, do we want to think about, for example, giving digital assets the same legal rights as tangible assets so that, for example, I can go to a bank and request to take a loan and say, my security will be my cryptocurrency account or my Bitcoin account. I know the government of Nigeria has listed data and digital assets as securities. Do we want to think about how the financial technology aspect of it is going to change and make frameworks on that? So these are very interesting conversations to me, conversations we've heard from our communities, and I hope it will be able to see this more in our parliaments and governments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And kind of interesting insights you're raising about the AU Cybersecurity Convention, the famous Malembo Convention. I know this is something that the honorable members from the first time this track started. It's one of those many, the only probably framework, cybersecurity framework, that they were tasked to go and ensure that if their countries have not, signed, they should ensure that the respective states endorse and sign that convention. So I'm sure there will be conversations around that, but also interesting to see that when we talk about information security, integrity, mostly what comes in mind is the data protection. And the case studies, you said Benin and Mali, not Malawi. Mali, yes. Because I think I had Malawi and I'm like, okay, from west to south, there was a bit of, but yes.
Apologies, it's Mali.
Mali, yes. So the agreements on better learning on complaint procedures and the Eswatini and South Africa, I think these are case studies that we can take forward in our respective constituencies. So thank you so much for sharing those insights. And again, when it comes to addressing issues of, say, misinformation, these kind of agreements or partnerships can be, help in ensuring that if an offense, someone does not have to run to Mali, for instance, to commit a crime in Benin, they'll be able, able to trace that kind of, incidents when they arise. So thank you so much, Rachel. I would like to give the floor now to Ms. Lindsay Oriko, who is a program officer at the National Cohesion and Integration Commission in Kenya, to share insights on how to mitigate hate speech, because I think this is also one thing that the Honorable Minister mentioned in her remarks. How do we promote use of technology addressing dangers of hate speech, but also how to mitigate hate speech and consequences of misinformation and disinformation in societies, drawing from experiences from the National Cohesion in Kenya. So Lindsay, I would like to say 5 minutes because I'm sure we are into time and we would like to have some remarks from, from the delegates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lillian. I think Hon Muma has said a lot, so I'll just add a bit on what she mentioned. It's true, technology is one of the greatest assets we have, but also it poses like a great and greater risk, if that makes sense. Yeah. So the digital space has become a space where we can work in, we can study, there's school, we can communicate and just recreation activities. But then now there's there are harmful content that we can protect ourselves from, that we need protection from when it comes to the legal framework, when it comes to the platform accountability, and also just censoring ourselves and censoring in a way that also it's a whole approach. There's no one who we can blame, or there's no one that can work alone. So you find like in this space, hate speech, misinformation, disinformation, the internet is wide, social media platforms are big, and there's amplification of really harmful content. And the thing about this is sometimes we don't realize it. Sometimes we see something, we think, oh, this is fun, let me share. But in the process of sharing, in the process of retweeting, we are actually creating a really harmful environment that's not conducive for the users. And this actually, I think Lillian mentioned democracy, how this affects democracy. I feel like we take steps behind. Instead of moving forward, we are going back. An example that Honorable gave was Kenya, 2007, 2008. And I think this is something that happens in a lot of African countries where we vote within or along the ethnic lines, and we need this MP because he's from my village, because he's from, and this often creates a lot of animosity between communities. And so in my country, Kenya, during or towards elections, hate speech is one of those things that thrive a lot. And just to mention, NCIC, we've been able to, last elections, we came up with a lexicon, a hate leaks. So you'll be wondering, what is a lexicon or hate leaks? So we realized people have become so smart that they start using coded languages, in communicating, or use their local radio stations where they speak their own languages when they're communicating hateful messages and divisive content. So we came up with a list where we told Kenyans, if you feel you've heard this word, just let us know. Or if there's a word, for example, madoadoa, it means spotted. In another area, it was used to mean you do not belong here. So issues like this. So we came up with a hate leaks, which we hope we can, I think there's an organization that's trying to come up with like a Great Lakes region hate leaks document that will be helpful. And it's something that is open because these things change, situations change, technology changes, and terms change. So it will be an open document, and hopefully it will be something that will help us. You mentioned freedom of expression, and there's this saying, they say, freedom of expression is protected until it harms another person. So we might think we're expressing our feelings, we are online, we are saying, A, B, C, D, but then you have to think before you say anything. Whatever I'm saying, is it going to harm someone? Is it something that is going to infringe on someone's rights? So I think freedom of expression is very important. Even as legislators, as we are coming up with laws and all that, we come up with laws that are rights respecting, And also my colleagues mentioned specific laws. I think the problem we have is our laws, like a perfect example I like giving is technology facilitated gender-based violence. It's something that is very rampant right now, I think, across the world. But then we don't have specific laws or clear laws that address issues that, especially mainly digital issues that lead to this. Because you'll go to the police station, they'll ask you ways, you are not beaten. We can't see any evidence of anything, but they don't understand there's a psychological effect and all that. So another way we've been able to work through this. I don't know whether you had or you saw what happened in Kenya with the Gen Z demonstrations and all that. So we sat down as a commission. I know people look at us like government, but our job is to ensure that people are cohesive. So we decided to come up with something called a transgenerational conversation project, where we have the youth and young people sit down with the clergy, with the elderly, like village elders, and all these people with the politicians, so that we can like have dialogue in a very safe and very friendly environment. We spoke about, I don't know if we spoke about multi-stakeholder approach. I think it's very important. We can't work alone. Government cannot work alone. Legislators can't work alone. The civil society cannot work alone. When we work together, I feel like we achieve greater things. An example, at NCIC, our act is NCI Act, the National Cohesion Integration Act, came about in 2007, 2008. It has never been amended. And by then, technology was not a thing. So right now, with the help of the civil society and the other communication authority and media council, we have an umbrella. It's called the National Coalition on Freedom of Expression. And freedom of expression and content moderation. It's convened by UNESCO. We have been able to open our document and now act on it and work on it and amend it and add the digital issues and how we can go about it. On top of that, multi-stakeholderism, we've been able also, we are right now working on national guidelines on hate speech, disinformation and misinformation for social media users, for big tech, and everyone would be able to be in that space. And that is just so that we are able to be in a space where people are protected. What people sometimes don't understand, the big tech, they're here to make money. So if we have that in mind, we will realize they thrive on content that's very harmful. So what can country? There are countries like Australia that have very strict laws. If you don't bring down content, when we ask you to bring down content, we will fine you heavily, and they respect that. I think Australia, there's the UK, it's called the GDP. Yeah, there are laws and there are rules and there are certain criteria, but in Africa, it's so difficult for us. So I don't know why we can't sit down and as legislation say, you know what, this is our country, we have our local morals, we have our, our ways of doing things. What is hate speech in Kenya or Africa? It's not hate speech in America, it's free speech in America. So I think also as legislators, we need to be looking at issues like that. And also you mentioned my work revolves around social media monitoring, and we see a lot of complaints, especially when there are towards elections or there's anything electoral in Kenya, and women suffer a lot. We've had complaints. I can't give examples, but technology has become so sophisticated to the point that you'll find women are being shamed of how they look, their bodies. There's a member of parliament who, because she's beautiful and well endowed, they'll go and doctor her photos and make her look, like her. Exactly. So issues like this, they really affect, and you find these are women who want to bring progress, women who want to bring good things, women who want to stand up and look out for other women, So I think also we should be able to create, as legislators, create a safe space, a safe digital spaces, and not just women, for minorities and communities that need protection. And finally, I think as we're coming up with policies, I think we need to follow the data. And this is not just borrowing laws or just deciding to do things, but we need to do research, we need to involve people, we need to collaborate so that we come up with laws that are flexible because of the nature of technology that evolves so fast, but also that cater to the people. I think I've finished my time and I will be able to answer any question that comes.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. I think it's good that, we had you speak, last, because most of the issues that you're raising from working with, I don't want to say government, but Kenya has always been a good case study on how to address new challenges when it comes to, say, hate speech. We are here, this is not an East African thing, because it just occurred to me that now that the Honorable joined us, we have Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. But I'm glad that when Rachel mentioned case studies from Benin and Mali and South Africa, so it made it some bit of, a regional kind of, conversation. Thank you so much, Lindsay, because you looked at the transgenerational dialogue. It's very important because at times we find, as we can see right now, we are having members of parliament, legislators here. We have a youth session happening. And at times when we do not bring these voices together, we may find ourselves, the Gen Zs having their own focus on what technology should be, while the legislators are also looking at their own, focus. So I think the example of the transgenerational dialogue is something that members of parliament can pick and, see how they can take this to their constituencies and their countries. But I think also the most important thing on the multi-stakeholder approach, bringing in the big tech, civil society, media, when it comes to digital policy making is very important. And amending policies that do not speak. We always have had a challenge with technology running at a very fast pace than policies. So we are happy to see that Kenya is working around amending this act on the national Cohesion, yes. Cohesion to bring in the aspect of how technology should be used in addressing issues of hate speech and misinformation. I don't know how much time I have left, but at this juncture, we can take 1-2 questions from the floor, and then we'll wrap up. I see the question. So if there are any questions from the floor, there's a hand here. Maybe you could help someone with a mic. I don't know how much time.
Hello, this is Muhammad Farhat from Egypt. I'm a member of African IGF, MAG of African IGF. So my question is it's not question, but it's maybe comments because speak about the data protection. I think data protection is very sensitive issue, and about Lilian speak about the science, the Malabo Convention. So my comments about the Malabo Convention, because there is some question or question mark about Malabo Convention. The Malabo Convention, before we encourage the countries to sign and to ratify the Malabo Convention. Malabo Convention is adopted in 2014, just since 11 years. Within these 11 years, there is a lot of changes that happen in technology. So the first question we have to ask ourselves is Malabo Convention is still relevant to our realities now, especially in Africa, or not? This is the first. And also, after 11 years, we have only 16, 17 countries ratify the convention out of 55 countries. I think it's a big flag. We have to assess what's the reason behind the under or the low ratification rates. So I think what is important is, or you can consider as a recommendation to compose a committee or something like this to assess why the African countries is reluctant or refused, or what's the reason to not to join this convention. And if there is some reform is needed, we have to work on. But I believe that we need to do that, because after 11 years, with the changes happen in the technology, and also now we speak about AI and data governance. So we need to do something or to assess the reason and to recommend some solution for the EU or other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'm being told that we are a bit behind schedule. So if there's any other question, I would like to just limit to 1 minute, the intervention. I'll take just 2 hands, and then we'll wrap up our session.
Thank you.
So
My name
where
is...
you are coming from, your country, and then just 1 minute, please.
Okay, my name is Alex Balulo from Tanzania. My question is, as we are witnessing now, the country and the world is now transformed into digital transformation and technological transformation. So my question is, how do our African countries, especially the regional communities like in East Africa community, SADC, are now committed to ensure that they are starting to create and make policies which will simplify to minimize the data cost in our country, especially to our citizens of low wages, in order that all the citizens to enjoy the internet access in their countries. But another question is...
One question, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry. One question is about internet connectivity, what different countries are doing around lowering data costs. So I don't know, maybe Rachel will share that, but I would like to take Honorable Sarah.
Thank you very much. My name is Sarah Pendi from Uganda. I had 2 questions, but since you said we should ask one, I wanted to ask the Honorable Minister whether censorship is a solution to misinformation. Is that a solution? Because this seems to be the trend in many countries. And now that we are going into elections, I think we'll see.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Honorable Sarah. I think Honorable Anthony had a mic there, so take one more that and we'll close.
Yeah, thank you.
Give the minister.
I'm Anthony from Ghana. My question goes to Honorable Catherine. I think the challenge is how do we protect human rights as a state or government without violating human rights, and especially in the democratic space, where you have a government that has a majority, a great majority, and can push legislation through parliament, and also proposing the legislation, and also has some level of control or influence with the electoral commission. How can you protect the electoral process? What safeguards do you propose? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Anthony. I would like to pass the mic to any of our panelists to respond to any of the questions. Maybe we'll wrap it up in 5 minutes. You respond and also give your final remarks, including on the question on censorship.
Thank you very much. Actually, the issue raised is the real problem, that we give mandate to governments, and then instead of governments protecting rights, they use the majority card to suppress human rights more. It is a political question, but it's a question that we must keep speaking about. And I would want to say, at least for Kenya, since independence, we have moved to a level where there are more freedoms. The constitution we have now is much better than what it was. Therefore, to a certain extent, even though we still have government overreach, we have more freedoms. We have more human rights protection. But what happens is that the human rights movement must never sleep. We must always be vigilant enough to say we are doing well here, we could do better here, and to be vigilant enough to know that with the new technologies, there is new opportunities for violators, but there is also new opportunity for protecting those rights. So it's a balance that goes on. Is censorship, you didn't ask me, but is censorship a solution? I don't think so. Let us allow freedoms, but also let us deal with the disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation to ensure that its impact and effect on rights is actually curbed so that we're able to protect the rights.
Thank you so much, Senator Muma. Rachel, your closing remarks and any responses to any of the questions on the floor?
Yes, thank you so much to Honorable on your contribution with the Malabo Convention. Yes, adopted in 2014, and section 36 of the convention said that for the convention to enter into force, you need a certain number of member states, 15. And so I think, I cannot speak for all the governments that signed or those that did not, but I think because at the time, this was in 2014, even looking at the countries that signed it, many of them were from Central Africa and even Western Africa, and where you find the Western and Central African countries at the time already had data protection laws, 2008, 2009, and 13. And so I think it was easier maybe to understand and even adopt this convention. And so is it still relevant? It's been 11 years, yes, and so much has changed. Maybe in some ways, yes, maybe in some ways, no. We are seeing some countries that still do not have data protection laws, but the number is growing. And so I think there is that need for a reform, but as long as we have a continental convention ready, it's a conversation that other countries can get inspiration from. We'll talk more.
Yes.
Allow me to say something about that. Typically, governments don't take ratification of treaties seriously. That is the true answer to this issue. Even our human rights conventions would be ratified 10, 12 years after the passing of the convention. So we need to, in the instance of digital technology, my view is that even as we do regional treaties, which we must do because of cross-border information, we must work hard to ensure that at the country level, we are able to catch up faster in order that the new treaties that are coming in the regional and global levels are largely addressing cross-border issues more than they are addressing the country issues.
Thank you, Senator. Lindsay?
Okay, someone mentioned, asked about the digital divide, and I'm glad you asked that where the lawmakers are. So hopefully when they go back home, they can know that a lot of people like in the rural areas don't have access to internet. And also I think another way we can help this is through awareness, and awareness is, I think it's all our duty and also the media to ensure that they actually speak on these things and also push the government, push the people. And as people also, as we live here, I know we come to these meetings, we learn a lot of new information. We can go back home and also create that awareness in our villages and all that. In Kenya, we have something called Amani clubs in schools. My organization, our organization, that there's clubs in primary schools, high schools, and now they're doing it in colleges where they're taught about the internet, the governance, internet governance, and the harms and all that. I think it's a great idea. If also we can have it in our school curriculums, so as they grow up, we have a generation that is very aware and digitally savvy. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. I think I would like to wrap up the session. Honorable Sarah, we can have that conversation with the minister after here. But I think it has been addressed by Senator on whether censorship should be an alternative to addressing misinformation. The answer is, it depends, I guess. So it depends on the situation. There has to be a balance that needs to be, created. So thank you so much, honorable members, and to all of us who have joined us for this session. We've looked at different pathways to safeguarding democracy in the digital age. We've had our panelists share the need for a multi-stakeholder approach, which involves capacity building for different stakeholders, whether it's the legislators, but also having young people, the case study of the transgenerational dialogues that are happening in Kenya. But also we've looked at how do we address gender technology, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, especially targeting members of parliament, women members of parliament. So we are, and quite a lot more. I think Honorable Senator Muma posed quite a number of questions to us, to the legislators in the room. And with those remarks, I would like us to give a vote of thanks to our panelists and the Honorable Minister who has been graceful enough to sit through the session. Thank you so much for the welcome remarks and being able to be part of this conversation. So, honorable members, our session has ended, and hopefully you will enjoy the rest of the discussions. I've been informed that we have a coffee break, 20 minutes coffee break. We may need to maintain the 20 minutes to catch up on the rest of the agenda. So thank you so much. Yes, yeah. My friend. Yes, we should. Where is the panel picture? Panel picture. Can you take a picture? Yes, I can. Where are the links? Here. Nancy. Go. Right, thank you. I'm again. Good. We take another picture. Can you come, guys? Members of parliament, come. Million, come, we want to take a picture with the members of parliament. Come take a picture. Lindsay, Salim, hi. You have been that tall, beautiful girl. How we take a picture? She's very tall. Salim, come. Oh. Come. That's good. That's a good one. So thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, no. Yeah.
Hello, hello. I don't know whether we are all back. Seems like we are overstretching in terms of time. Hi, good morning. We're still in morning time. Yes. Probably before we start, by a show of hands, let's see how many members of parliament we have, because this is our session. Perfect. Seems most of us are outside. They're coming. We give them 1 minute, I believe. If you're able to text them, I'm sure you have your WhatsApp group. Why not just tell them to come in so that we save it on time? Okay, so once again, good morning. We are going to start this session. I'm your moderator. I am Margaret Nyambura Ndongo. I know I've met most of you. I was there during the launch of this network in 2022. I've continued being active in the group only last year, where I stepped out a bit. I was a cabinet secretary in my country of information, communication, and digital economy, from where I got quite a lot of experience from being inside, seeing what is happening from inside, and then now looking at it from outside. So I'm very happy to be here with you to see how we are going to deal with the current emerging issues. And in this particular session, we will explore the most pressing digital issues in Africa and across African countries and regions. Specifically, we are looking at misinformation, disinformation, can even have deepfake, and we relate it to the freedom of expression. We will share insights of existing regulatory frameworks in our countries, as well as current trends and prospective legislations. It's good to note that these priorities and insights will guide the discussions of the regional event and will inform the deliberations at the Global IGF Parliamentary Track that I'm sure most of you will be attending. And to ensure that we have a structured way of discussing and knowing that we only have 1 hour, so we should be able to finish by 12:52, I believe. We will have each person 2 minutes. Please try to restrict it to 2 minutes. Just focus on the issues we have said. And I'll be calling per country no particular order. I just have a list of the countries here. So if you are one or two people from that particular country, it would be nice you say from your perspective, then the other member of parliament will do so. You introduce yourself and the parliamentary committee you belong to. And we start with Zimbabwe. Do you have the member of parliament from Zimbabwe? Perfect, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is, good morning. My name is Vusumuzi Moyo. I'm the member of parliament for a constituency called Wange West, constituency that covers Victoria Falls. I'm the portfolio committee chairperson on ICT, postal and courier services.
Yeah, go ahead. Specifically priorities to deal with the misinformation, disinformation in your country, and what are the regulatory and policy measures being taken?
Okay, thank you very much. In that regard, I think as a country, in 2021, we enacted our Cyber and Data Protection Act. That was in 2021, which was a landmark legislation aimed at regulating cybercrime, data protection, and all digital communications. We have also established a cyber security and monitoring center, which is tasked with coordinating all national efforts of cyber security. We are a signatory of, I think we are one of the few African countries that has ratified the Malabo Convention. We also have acceded to the Budapest Convention on cybercrime, which we believe is a progressive step towards aligning our local cyber laws with the global standards. Just recently, I think last month, there's a statutory instrument that has been a statutory instrument that has been passed through, and it seeks to provide legislation for the establishment of a data protection authority. This is quite recent. I think in brief, that's all that I could say concerning all our cyber security efforts. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now have the member of parliament from Ghana.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm Anthony Suma, member of parliament for Nadali Kaleo constituency and the member of the communications committee of parliament. We have a couple of legislation to deal with disinformation, right from the Cybersecurity Act and then the Cybersecurity Authority that has responsibility for cybersecurity. We have the National Communication Act, Electronic Communication Act, Data Commission Act, which we are now looking at upgrading to an authority. The challenge is that, and a couple of other legislation, the challenge is that most of these legislations are not up to date in respect of the innovations in the industry. So one key focus is how to amend or review the legislation to deal with the current issues in the industry. We are not spared the challenges with the cyber fraud, bullying. Virtually every MP has either Facebook account or other social media account, and cloned, used to defraud people. Those are most of the challenges we face as Ghanaian legislators. But I think that for now, our focus is on how to review legislation to be able to deal with the current trends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will have the honorable member from Somalia to be followed by DRC.
Thank you, moderator, distinguished colleagues. As we deliberate on digital governance, I wish to draw urgent attention to destabilizing power of misinformation in the digital age. From Somalia experience, we see how false narrative, manipulated content, and unregulated digital platforms can erode public trust, undermine governance, and inflame societal deficiencies. Digital technologies offer incredible opportunities, but they also present complex challenges, especially in fragile cities. When misinformation spreads faster than facts, it can drill peace building, disrupt democratic processes, and paralyze national institutions. This is why digital governance is not a luxury, it's a necessity. We, as African parliamentarians, must act to establish clear, fair, and future-proof regulations. One is that safeguard freedom of expression, while preventing the deliberate spread of false information that harms our societies. Let us strengthen cooperation, share legal frameworks, and invest in digital literacy. Only through smart regulations, accountability of platforms, and empowering institutions can we ensure that the digital future is stable, inclusive, and secure for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. We'll have the member from DRC. I note we have two. So we start with you have the mic. Just go ahead.
Hello, thank you. From DRC, we have a specific law that was passed, the digital law, the Digital Act that try to fight against fake news. But in the context, in our particular context of the war, it's not easy to, there's a lot of fake news related to the war coming from both sides, even sometimes from the government itself. So it's not easy to manage what is true or not. And due to the pressure of the war, there's some security concern that put pressure on the journalists, where they avoid to say sometimes all truths are not good to say during a specific period. But we have partners who help us, like we have the UN mission, the MONUSCO, who have launched a lot of programs to help journalists, to empower them. And we have also, like for the East, we have a specific radio called the Radio Hirondelle that help to monitor those local media and see where there's some specific hate speech, to see how they can fight them and produce some other media, support media to tell the truth. I will not take longer. I will leave my colleague Christelle. She will also complete.
Please go ahead.
Merci. J'aimerais parler en français, si possible. Oui, merci. Je voudrais compléter mon collègue sur, je prends le volet protection de la liberté d'expression et détecteur de fake news sur Internet. Alors, il a parlé d'une grande initiative Hirondelle qui consiste donc à traquer qui ont été les émetteurs des fausses nouvelles, des fake news sur les méta. Je voudrais rajouter à cela une action qui a d'ailleurs été reconnue cette année par la francophonie qui s'appelle Balobaki. Bah, le baki en langue vernaculaire, le lingala, ça veut tout simplement dire « ils ont dit ». Alors, c'est une journaliste qui a créé cela pour effectivement détecter d'où viennent les messages et d'où viennent les fake news. Et donc, elle a été récompensée par la francophonie. En ce qui concerne la loi, il faut savoir que l'histoire de la loi par rapport à la liberté d'expression, ça a toujours été très critique. Je parle parce que moi-même, je suis journaliste de formation et j'ai exercé également. Alors, c'est vrai que dans un contexte politique où les politiques considèrent les journalistes comme des ennemis potentiels, il est évident qu'à chaque action parlementaire, puisqu'il s'agit de ça, de légiférer autour de cette question-là, il y a toujours des méfiances, il y a toujours des pesanteurs. Alors, la loi sur la liberté de la presse, qui a été proposée par le ministre de la Communication, c'est une loi qui n'a pas eu l'adhésion de tout le monde pour diverses raisons. Et vous le savez, lorsque nous sommes proches d'une période électorale, les tensions sont exacerbées et il était question de légiférer, de réfléchir sur la liberté d'expression. Malheureusement, nous avons eu une action qui n'a pas connu l'adhésion de tout le monde. Alors, de ça et là, il y a des initiatives, il y a des organisations. Le collègue a parlé de la MONUSCO, qui est la mission d'observation, qui est venue avec un package de respect des droits humains, la liberté d'expression. Mais qu'à cela ne tienne, nous nous battons au niveau de notre chambre, de l'Assemblée nationale, pour que cette question soit désormais la question liée à une politique gouvernementale claire et nette. Et donc, ça, c'est notre mission en tant que parlementaire. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Mukongo. We go to South Africa to be followed by Egypt. And as we continue, to try to give probably examples of the challenges we may be having and probably solutions. Thank you. We go to South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody in the room. So my name is Kusela Sangoni. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies at the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Yeah, in terms of a regulatory framework, I think the first thing I'd want to note that in South Africa, issues around information and I think cybersecurity are not necessarily classified under communications and digital technologies. We've got a national cybersecurity framework, which resides with state security. We have a cyber crimes bill, a cyber crimes act, which are administered by Justice and Constitutional Development. Then we've got a Protection of Personal Information Act, which resides elsewhere. Within the communications and digital space, we have a content regulator, the Film and Publication Board, which just recently amended its act, just to broaden it in terms of scope and include the digital sphere. In terms of our priorities moving forward, we're looking, and I think the biggest issue, which I'm sure a lot of countries are experiencing around these platforms, because a lot of these challenges happen on the OTT platforms, which are not regulated. So we're looking at amending our Broadcasting Act to include digital platforms, our Electronic Communications Act, and maybe just the last thing around misinformation. Our government communication system is working with our digital telecommunications department, looking at collaboration, working with Africa Fact Check and things like that. Yeah, but I think we are looking at issues of, legislative and policy overhaul and to seek to bring all of these into alignment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We go to the Honorable Member from Egypt to be followed by Kenya. So we don't have one from Egypt, so we'll go to Kenya. And that will be followed by Benin.
Thank you, Lillian. I should have prepared better for this one. But Kenya has a number of laws that, beginning with the constitution itself, that is the one that has anchored key rights, including access to information, right to privacy, consumer protection. So we have a number of laws that are relevant for purposes of dealing with matters digital technology. We have Access to Information Act. We have a Data Protection Act, but that needs to be amended because initially it was just about protecting right to privacy, but did not have clauses that deal with the current digital technology concerns around data misuse and data abuse. So we have, under the Data Protection Act, we now have come up in 2018 with the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act to try and address some of those issues. We have the Intellectual Property Act that deals with the issues, trademarks, copyrights. This was developed largely during the active operation of the World Trade Organization matters, and was particularly relevant when it came to the need to protect intellectual property, but at the same time to ensure public good, particularly in the areas of health. So this is an earlier law that, in my view, also needs to be reviewed to capture the situation for the moment. We also have the Consumer Protection Act, and under the Consumer Protection Act, largely it is consumers across sector, and I would say still, because of the technology moving ahead, there are new emerging issues that would require that we relook at some details of that law. We have the National Payment Systems Act, under which we have all these e-citizens, all of this, but we also need to look at issues of proceeds of crime and anti-money laundering issues, which are now facilitated seriously through digital technologies and so on. Of course, we have the Communications Act that would be talking about broadcasting, media, regulations, and the rest of them. My view is that every other sector, for instance, the Employment Act, my view needs to be relooked at to see how we deal with the issue of discriminatory employment practices happening cross borders, where you have, for instance, African tech experts working for a company in America, earning peanuts because the employment laws in that country facilitate that kind of exploitation. We need to start looking at that kind of thing to see. If you look at health, there is telemedicine that is coming up. How do we ensure that the laws within the health sector facilitate use of technology for greater access of public health, but at the same time protect issues like confidentiality and so on? So in my view, it is not particular sets of laws, but it is looking at sector-specific digital and technological tools that we would need to create facilitative and regulative provisions within the laws in those sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We go to Benin to be followed by Cameroon.
Bonjour, madame. Je suis Alidjana Toussalu Arekba, et députée à l'Assemblée nationale du Bénin, coordinatrice des réseaux pour le parlementaire et sur le numérique et l'identification des personnes. Alors, je dois dire en ce qui concerne le Bénin, que le Bénin a connu une avancée majeure en ce qui concerne les lois de protection des données et à caractère personnel. Et l'une des, comment l'appelle-t-on, l'une des lois majeures est la création du code du numérique. Cette loi qui a été votée en 2017, en avril précisément, porte sur le code numérique en République du Bénin. Elle a été modifiée, bien entendu, en 2020. Et cette loi est le texte législatif fondamental qui régit la protection des données à caractère personnel. Elle établit le cadre juridique solide pour les collectes, le traitement et la conservation des données. Et nous pouvons dire également que en matière de ratification des lois, nous sommes parmi les premiers, ou en tout cas les plus avancés, avec l'adoption, la ratification de la Convention de l'Union africaine sur la cybersécurité et la protection des données à caractère personnel, la Convention de Malabo, adoptée le 27 juin 2014. Et le Bénin a ratifié la Convention marquant l'engagement fort dans les luttes contre la cybercriminalité et la protection des données. Cette ratification ouvre la voie à une coopération accrue avec les États africains et pour garantir un cyberespace plus sécurisé. Alors, en ce qui concerne les données, la protection des données, il y a l'autorité de régulation. Nous en avons deux. Il y a l'APDP et nous avons également la SEB qui s'occupe, qui régule, qui veille à ce que les données soient protégées. Je peux dire que ce n'est pas peut-être parfait, mais nous sommes vraiment avancés et il n'y a pas d'inquiétude en cette matière-là. Maintenant, nous avons parlé des élections. Là également, il y a l'ANIP qui est là et qui
une loi qui est passée il y a de cela 4 mois. La loi sur la communication électronique, la loi sur la protection. Il y a la loi sur le numérique. Mais il y a une situation au Cameroun qui, après avoir voté la loi, il y a les textes d'application qui prennent du temps. Parce qu'on peut voter une loi après 10 ans, 15 ans, le texte d'application dont la mise en œuvre n'est pas électorale, cette organisation est en train vraiment de faire son travail, mais il est vrai que de temps en temps, il y a certaines bavures. Donc, au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale, nous nous attelons à vraiment à pouvoir permettre que les politiques publiques en ce qui concerne la gouvernance et la cybercriminalité puissent prendre réellement corps et pour l'instant, nous n'avons pas trop de suggestions à donner. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we go to member from Madagascar to be followed by Djibouti.
Merci beaucoup. Excellences, distingués invités, chers collègues, premièrement, avant tout, je tiens à remercier chaleureusement la République unie de Tanzanie pour son accueil fraternel exemplaire, ainsi que tous les organisateurs de l'Africa Internet Governance pour la qualité de cette rencontre continentale si essentielle pour notre avenir. Je suis Rakutumala Lamiartu et je suis député de Madagascar, président du réseau des jeunes parlementaires malgaches et membre des commissions parlementaires de l'économie et des finances et aussi des affaires juridiques. C'est avec émotion et responsabilité que je prends la parole aujourd'hui à l'occasion de ma toute première participation à l'AGF. L'Afrique est à un tournant décisif. Le numérique transforme nos sociétés, nos économies et nos démocraties. Mais pour que cette transformation profite à tous, nous devons garantir une gouvernance inclusive, équitable et au service des peuples. À Madagascar, les défis sont réels. L'accès à l'Internet reste limité, notamment en milieu rural. L'éducation numérique est encore embryonnaire et l'encadrement législatif du numérique doit être renforcé et adapté. Dans ce contexte, le rôle du Parlement est essentiel en tant que législateur. Nous devons accompagner cette transition numérique par des lois justes et protectrices, mais cela suppose que nous soyons nous-mêmes formés et informés. Je plaide donc aujourd'hui pour le renforcement des capacités des jeunes parlementaires africains afin que nous puissions jouer pleinement notre rôle dans l'élaboration de politiques numériques pertinentes, durables et inclusives. Le numérique doit aussi être un outil pour la paix. Face à la montée des discours de haine, des conflits et de la désinformation, il est de notre devoir de faire du numérique un espace de dialogue, d'inclusion et de stabilité. Enfin, je rappelle que le développement numérique que nous construisons doit répondre directement aux besoins réels de nos populations, accès à l'éducation, à la santé, à l'information et à la justice. Je suis ici pour apprendre et à partager et porter la voix de Madagascar et de la jeunesse parlementaire africaine. Ensemble, nous pouvons bâtir une Afrique numérique souveraine, juste et en paix. Encore merci à Tanzanie et merci aux organisateurs. Merci à vous tous pour votre engagement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Madagascar. We have now Djibouti to be followed by Nigeria.
Merci, Madame la modératrice. Chers collègues députés, tout protocole observé, je me nomme Mahmoud Mustafa de Djibouti. Mon pays, Djibouti, a eu plusieurs lois concernant le numérique en général. Certaines sont en cours de discussion au Parlement. Je commencerai par la loi sur la cybersécurité que nous avons adoptée à l'Assemblée nationale en 2014 et mise en vigueur aussi, promulguée par le chef de l'État la même année, qui est en cours aussi d'être renouvelée et mise à jour. Et je tiens aussi à apporter une information concernant une stratégie nationale sur la cybersécurité qui est actuellement pas loin de 2 jours, a été en discussion au Conseil des ministres et qui va atterrir à l'Assemblée nationale prochainement. Mais aussi, dans les semaines à suivre, nous aurons aussi une loi sur la création d'une autorité nationale chargée de la cybersécurité. Tout ceci étant dit, il y a aussi un arsenal juridique qui est en cours de discussion au sein de l'Assemblée nationale, qu'on a nommé Code numérique, d'où se trouve la loi de l'accès à l'information, une nouvelle loi mise à jour sur la cybersécurité, une loi sur la protection des données et bien sûr, on y a intégré une commission nationale qui sera chargée de la protection des données personnelles. Ceci étant dit, j'aimerais m'attarder sur un point dont mes collègues ont évoqué qui concerne la Convention de Malabo. Vous savez, nous tous ici, nous évoluons dans un monde numérique qui est en constante évolution. La cybersécurité est devenue une préoccupation majeure et mondiale, mais notamment ici en Afrique, chez nous, où les avancées technologiques, qui sont assez rapides, grâce aux jeunes bien sûr, ont ouvert la voie à de nouvelles opportunités, mais aussi, il faut le dire, c'est très important, à de nouvelles menaces, comme vous l'avez cité, c'est-à-dire la désinformation, l'intox, et dans les politiciens que nous sommes, et surtout les femmes en général, sont concernés. Les instruments juridiques tels que la Convention de Budapest ou sur la cybercriminalité et la Convention de Malabo en Afrique sur la cybersécurité et la protection des données jouent un rôle crucial pour faciliter la coopération régionale et internationale dans la lutte contre la cybercriminalité. J'avais dit que j'avais m'attarder sur la Convention de Malabo qui a été adoptée par l'Union africaine en 2014, mais celle-ci est entrée en vigueur en juin 2023. 9 ans plus tard, en tant que législateur, nous devons nous poser des questions sur ce retard. 9 ans plus tard, la Convention de Malabo est entrée en vigueur, 2014-2023. L'Afrique a été sur le devant de la scène, si je le compare au RGPD européen, le règlement général sur la protection des données qui a été adopté par le Parlement et le Conseil de l'Europe en 2016 et qui est rentré en vigueur 2 ans plus tard, en 2018. Mais malheureusement, la Convention de Malabo, ici en Afrique, est entrée en vigueur 9 ans plus tard. Quelle est donc sa pertinence? Il faut se demander. Je trouve qu'en tant que législateur, cette convention nécessite une mise à jour, d'où la mise en place d'une convention de Malabo plus ou 2.0, comme on doit la nommer, mais elle nécessite une mise à jour par nous autres dont nous devons participer afin que cette convention puisse prendre en compte les nouvelles tendances, à savoir l'intelligence artificielle et toute autre menace qui existe et qui sont apparues bien après 2014. Je pense que je vais m'arrêter là. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll now go to the Honorable Members from Nigeria to be followed by the Gambia.
Thank you. My name is Senator Shoaib Afolabi Salisu. I chair the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. I'm also the chairman of the West African Parliamentarians Network on Internet Governance, WAPNIG. Nigeria operates a bicameral legislature, and as part of our commitment to the IGF, two of us are here. I chair the Senate Committee. My brother, who chairs the House of Representatives Committee, will also be here, and I'm sure it will fill in the gap. I'll be speaking under 3 buckets in order to provide a comprehensive understanding. I'll do so within 2 minutes. Number 1 bucket is to provide a background on Nigeria, particularly with reference to misinformation and disinformation. The second bucket will highlight some of the laws that we have enacted. And third and final one, I will also give examples of situations where misinformation and disinformation have shaken the country so violently. And having spoken about this story, if I have the time, I will report very briefly about the West Africa Internet Governance Forum that was concluded this time last week. So let me start with a background on Nigeria. We are a country with a population of about 230 million, maybe even more. And we have 250 ethnic groups, meaning that we're a very diverse country with national fault lines that give us the benefit of diversity, but also create rooms for various elements of the society to thrive on misinformation and disinformation to play on our national fault lines. The second element that makes Nigeria unique is that 70% of this 130 million population is youth. Youth who are technology savvy. And the only thing they require to publish anything on the internet is a 10 megabyte of data or a free Wi-Fi somewhere. So meaning that we have a constant deluge of information, some of which might be misinformation or disinformation going on. This one of the element that puts Nigeria in a very unique position is that we also have history of freedom of expression, dating back to the colonial times when our nationalists had to fight the colonial master using freedom of expression. Now that freedom have now been transferred into digital space, making it difficult for successful governments and creating constant tension between the enactment of law and the protection of human rights and freedom of expression. Having said that, what are the laws that we have done? Certainly Nigeria has been a signatory to the Malabo Convention. We have our cybercrime law in 2015. We amended it in 2024 last year. And as we are speaking now, we are also in the process of amending it again for 2 reasons. Ago, but in December 2024, there's also a UN Convention on cyber crimes now. And part of the thing we have done is in collaboration with United Nations Office on Crime and Drugs, we have had a workshop to see the differences between the Malabo Convention and the new UN Convention on crimes, with a view to enacting a law, rather to amending the cybercrime law to cater for the new crimes that have been identified in the UN Convention. And we are doing so through what we call a collaborative approach. The European Council is working with us. The Council of Europe is working with us. And we are doing this as part of the effort to come with a new cybercrime law that incorporates both the Malabo Convention spirit as well as the new direction dictated by UN Convention on crime. Certainly, we have a data protection law that has been in place, that has been signed, and is operational. We have the consumer protection law in place. But I think what is most significant as part of the lawmaking process is a new law that we call National Digital Economy and a Government Bill. And this law seeks to ensure that rather than be looking at each of our old laws that are based on analog system one by one, can we have a new law that says if a signature is required anywhere, the signature also includes not just the physical signature, it also includes the digital signature. If a record is required, it's not just the physical record, the e-record or electronic form of it is also acceptable. So we are coming up with that law that will be an omnibus transition from the analog era to digital technology era, because we recognize that rather than be going through what our laws one by one, that may take time, we need to have a new definitions of terms and concepts that will have its place in digital space. Now, what are the examples that we have had in terms of misinformation and disinformation? I will give two. In 2021, a simple case of misbehavior by certain police officers led our youth to embark on what they call NSAS. And SARS was a branch of the police force that was targeting our youth, suspecting them of cybercrime, and the entire country was almost aflame. In fact, a particular social media giant that I will not mention the name here was suspected to be fueling that, leading to some loss of life and loss of property. And in fact, the government had to crack down on that particular organization for some time in order to restore sanity. The second example I will give, I don't know how many of you are aware of this salacious story that's going on now, the sexual harassment case between a Nigerian legislator and the parliament. I hope you don't know about it, but just in case you know about it, I won't discuss the details of it because it's already before the law. But the important thing is that people who have personal scores now to do, either with the parliament as a whole or with individual parliamentarians, are now using that to target specific parliamentarians to say almost every male parliamentarian is a sexual harasser if there's any carnage like that. So we have a constant battle between regulating digital space and the freedom of speech. I will now conclude this way. As I mentioned to you, this time last week we were having a similar conversation in Abuja on the West Africa Internet Governance Forum. That's what we call the Abuja. I won't go through it now, but maybe sometimes when we have space among the parliamentarians, we will share the conclusions we reach, particularly with respect to some overarching issues that are very peculiar to parliamentarians in terms of capacity building, in terms of strategic engagement, even in terms of participation of parliamentarians at fora like this. You will notice that some countries that you have called, they're not represented here, maybe likely due to the logistic of funding. And if they are not part of these conversations, how do they take the conclusions? How do they take them back at home? These are some of the issues we discussed under the Abuja declaration. Maybe sometime at the appropriate time, I will be able to share some snippet of that with you. In conclusion, I join order to also thank the Tanzania government and to thank the IGF Secretariat, particularly Salaam and Madam Mary, who celebrated her 73-year birthday sometimes last week. And sometimes she looks like she works on artificial intelligence. I don't know where she gets the energy from. So thank you for the role you play for the successful hosting of West African IGF last week. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have a second member from Nigeria.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I remain Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide. I'm a technologist and a parliamentarian from Nigeria, a ranking one for that matter. I chair the Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity in the House of Representatives. Let me thank my colleague for doing justice to some of the buckets that he discussed earlier. And I'm not going to touch on any of those. I will just talk on some of the other things that I think needs to be highlighted. Yes, we do have data protection law. We do have a digital national digital economy bill that is circulating right now. We have a Cybercrime Act. We also have a new cybersecurity summit that we are going to be hosting very recently to talk about how we are going to break our cybercrime and our cybersecurity bills into separate, so that way we can have two separate laws. One is proactive, one is more reactive. Let me also tell you that in Nigeria today, that we have so many establishment bills. We are establishing technology institutions across the country so that way we can penetrate, we can bring technology all across the country. Let me also tell you that we understand the risk of emerging technologies. Recently, maybe some of you are aware that we had a major incident in Nigeria where over 1 trillion was moved using cryptocurrency. And but because our law enforcement are well equipped with the law, I bring you news today that we have retrieved over 1 trillion back from that movement. And also people are being, bringing to justice as we speak. So we also have to understand, come these emerging technologies, you have to be ready to go after them when crimes are committed. Technology also has been fueling insecurity in my country, in Nigeria. If you look at the northeast region and the northwest and north central of the country, there's a lot of misinformation. You have bandits who post pictures of people being killed and murdered. And actually that information going across and going viral over social media. So we are also working on how we're going to use Gateway to track all of those activities. And the financial crimes is also part of that, because every time there is a bit of a rest in the north where bandits are not being active, it means that the fund is low. But the moment the funds are high, then you start to see activity. Yesterday, 4 bills, digital tax reform bills, were just passed into law in Nigeria as well, which basically is going to change the way technology with our tax reforms is going to change the way in which Nigeria collect tax. And also, it's just going to bring new ideas and take away all the excesses out of that. We don't have time to go into all of those details. So in conclusion, we understand the power of technology in Nigeria. We're up to the task. We're coming up with all proactive laws to combat some of the challenges that are coming with them. And we know that from the West African Internet governance that we had last week, we're talking about collaborating across West Africa, so that way, whatever lessons we learn from some of these, our incidents and some of our bills and laws, that we can actually share and make West Africa and Africa at large a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members from Nigeria. Quite elaborate. We deliberately allowed you to extend more than the 2 minutes. We will now go to the member of parliament from Gambia, to be followed by the 2 members of parliament from Uganda.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Honorable Alhaji Mbo, member of parliament from the Gambia, and the chairperson of the Committee on Education and ICT, and also a founding member of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, where I'm the vice chair. I'm also happens to be the member of parliament also for the Pan-African Parliament, which is an AU organ in Johannesburg, South Africa. And I'm also the chairperson of the West African Members of Parliament. Now, coming to the issues that are under discussion here, just to give a brief about what's happening in the Gambia. First, the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and personal data protection, the Gambia actually has signed and ratified in 2022 as a result of the Africa IGF in Ethiopia, where members of parliament from the Gambia actually were there, and they had to call the minister, and we worked together to sign this protocol. Now, in terms of legislation, we have before the parliament now the cybercrime bill as well as the data protection bill. That is with my committee right now, and we have already done the review, and we'll be presenting a draft report June and in July during next session, so that we can try to finalize these two bills in the coming session. Now, in terms of disinformation and misinformation, I think what is happening is some of it deliberate and the others is accidental. But the CSOs actually have taken up an issue with that, where we have something they call fact check, which actually checks some of the issues that actually floats around on the internet. Sometimes it's the government that comes out to, to tell the people the reality, the truth. But sometimes these CSOs, they will come and then do a fact check on some information to dispel if it is not true or not. Now, in terms of bridging the gap in the digital divide, in as much as the Gambia wants to bridge that gap now, we have something we call the Communication Act of 2009, which allows the government to create a universal service fund. This has never been done, but the government is actually talking to the private sector now, who controls almost 90% of the telecom industry, to try to activate that. Even though the government actually has a chance to deal with a private company outside the Gambia, but we just feel that we don't want to be digitally colonized again. And that's the reason why we are very careful in dealing with that private company that's outside the continent itself. So we want to use the funds that we generate in the country to try to bridge that gap, particularly in the areas of the country where the private sector may not want to go in. So that's what we are doing right now on the ground, and I'm sure in the next few weeks or so, we will come up with something. Now, the other act of parliament, which is the Communication Act 2009, which is a bit outdated, is being updated now. So I'm made to understand that the bill will come to parliament this coming session, where we deal with a lot of issues dealing with information and communication technologies, and also some of the laws that are actually mundane. They are no longer useful, so they've been updated right now. So we expect to get that bill also in parliament now, which means the parliament actually has a lot of work to do in the Gambia in terms of ensuring that we put these laws out there, you approve it, and then to be enacted in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we go to Uganda.
Thank you very much. My name is Sarah Opendi. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda, but I also chair the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Internet Governance and a member of the APNIC. Uganda, certainly like all other countries, has made progress in this space, but specifically regarding legislation, aware that the internet space is free space where people are expected to freely interact, share information, but also knowledge. However, we've seen that this space sometimes is being misused. And as a result of that, we came up with the Computer Misuse Act of 2011, which prohibits hate speech, sharing of content that incites violence, and also discriminative content. Of course, this Computer Misuse Act was amended recently in 2022, further to ensure that this particular space is not misused. The challenge that we have seen with this particular piece of legislation is that sometimes freedom of expression is curtailed, and sometimes some leaders misuse this particular law to actually silence people who are vocal, speaking against ills. We also have the Data Protection and Privacy Act 2019. The regulations too are in place. And of course, this is to ensure that issues around privacy are actually guaranteed. We also have the Access to Information Act of 2005 in a bid to actually deal with challenges of misinformation and disinformation. People are free to access information that may be owned by or held by the government so that they have the right information as citizens. Challenges may exist in accessing certain information, but at least the law is in place. We also have the National Cybersecurity Strategy 2020 to 2026, and this aims to create a secure and resilient cyberspace, but also trying to ensure that cybercrime is actually reduced. As the Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, we are aware of the emerging technologies and aware that these existing legislations like the Computer Misuse Act do not cover the new emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. So we are now working on an artificial intelligence bill, which is being moved by one of our members, and we hope that soon we'll have that bill tabled in Parliament. Otherwise, I think what I can just state is that this technology has created an opportunity for people to actually share information, but we are also aware that it is in a way disruptive, and especially for the young population. And the Anti-Pornography Act, though in place, it has not been effective in dealing with issues of pornography. So we hope that we can also be able to curb this, the pornography that is being accessed by the young, especially those, the underage children. So that remains a gap, and we hope that we can be able to deal with that in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We hear from the other Honorable Member from Uganda, to be followed by the Honorable Member from Niger.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. I think that having heard from actually most of the colleagues who have spoken on this particular issue in regards to misuse of information, and aware that Honorable Pendi comes with me from Uganda. She's already mentioned about the initiatives that Uganda has taken into place, including the frameworks that have been passed in Uganda, Acts of Parliament on the computer misuse 2019 and revamped in 2022, and also the Data Protection Act, which was adopted in 2019. I think she's been very summative in terms of the engagements of Uganda in regards to information misuse. But I would like to re-emphasize the fact that I also represent Uganda in the East African Legislative Assembly. And then when you looked at, when you heard what Kenya mentioned, Uganda, and probably the other 6 other countries that are federating, because East African community has 9 countries. There are those cross-border issues that have to be attended to. And as members of parliament in the East African Parliament, we have come up with the 2 bills apparently pending. Of course, I being the chair of the East African Parliamentarians Network on Internet Governance, we have a cross-border cybersecurity bill, which we hope that it will come to pass, because now there are issues of cross-border. And if we are looking at this cybersecurity at a member state level, it may not be helpful, especially for us who are already integrating as the East African community. And then we also have a data protection and data privacy bill in the East African community. And we are hopeful that these bills, once enacted by the 8 heads of states, they will come bills that will be
automatically practicable in the member countries, because once these bills become acts of the East African community, irrespective of whether that parliament or that country has such a bill or not, it's automatically implementable, and it is assumed to be law in that member country. So basically, I was talking in the regional context, and harmonization of these acts is very important, because most of these work in country specific, but then for the integrating countries, it's important that cyber security issues are becoming a huge issue, because someone will do crime in Kenya using a phone or computer and is in Uganda. So those are the areas that we are harmonizing right now, and we hope that we'll be able to achieve our target. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Now we go to the Honorable Member from Niger, to be followed by the Honorable Members from Tanzania.
Tanzania ile. Tanzania or
Niger.
Moi, c'est le Niger. Hein. Merci, bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Coroné Massani. Je viens du Niger, où il y a eu un événement en juillet passé. J'ai été membre du Parlement pendant pratiquement une quinzaine d'années. Et j'ai travaillé beaucoup en tant que président de la Commission des affaires étrangères, un moment ensuite membre de la Commission des affaires économiques et du plan. L'écosystème du numérique au Niger était au bon port avant qu'il y ait eu ces événements de juillet 2023, puisque nous avons, au point de vue institutionnel, nous avons un régulateur qui s'appelle ARCEP. Nous avons une haute autorité des données à caractère personnel. Nous avons un ministère de l'économie numérique. Nous avons une agence nationale sur la société de l'information, dont d'ailleurs une des membres du MAG, de AGF Global, est devenue directrice générale, Rachel Iné. Je suis venu d'ailleurs avec deux de ses collaborateurs à ce AGF parce que nous voulons renouer un peu, depuis la suspension de la démocratie dans notre pays, à ce AGF. Nous sommes aussi, j'ai été invité par mes amis du Nigeria à l'AGF de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, j'ai participé à cet AGF et j'ai participé aussi au APNIC, puisque j'étais membre fondateur de APNIC. Nous avons collaboré et nous avons fait en sorte que dans l'avenir, nous allons faire réintégrer les 3 pays de l'AES, parce que même s'ils ont quitté la CEDEAO, ils sont en Afrique de l'Ouest. Nous allons bientôt, en tout cas d'ici octobre, avec la collaboration de Rachel Iné, organiser un AGF au niveau de l'Afrique, enfin au niveau des 3 pays de l'AES, et réintégrer l'Afrique occidentale, qui est, enfin, avoir une collaboration avec la CEDEAO. Donc, sur le plan stratégie au Niger, nous avons une stratégie nationale sur la cybersécurité. Nous avons ratifié la convention de Malabo. Nous avons aussi, bon, d'une manière générale, parce qu'on a un vaste territoire, au point de vue des informations, ce que nous vivons aujourd'hui, vraiment c'est d'actualité dans notre pays, c'est par rapport au terrorisme. Vous savez, les terroristes, quand ils frappent, parfois, ils mettent sur leur site des informations qui sont fausses. Parfois, c'est des images qui se sont passées ou au Soudan ou dans un autre pays de l'Afrique, mais ils font du coupé-coller pour annoncer que c'est au Niger. Il est vrai qu'il y a eu beaucoup de choses sur le plan du terrorisme. Chaque fois, ça frappe, même maintenant. Mais il y a des désinformations sur ce plan-là. Voilà ce que je pouvais dire en gros sur la situation dans mon pays.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we will hear from Honorable Members from Tanzania. our host. As we wait to know the status, have we left any honorable member that has not spoken? Any country that we have left out? So it seems like we still don't have the members from Tanzania. So I think it was very clear about the issues we have discussed, that the issues of misinformation, disinformation, and deepfake, they are a real challenge as we move forward, an area that we will need collaboratively to work on legislations, to work on policies, to ensure that there is integrity of online information. Also, we need to, as we move along, to ensure that national security, democratic integrity, free expression, digital platform accountability, and the accountability of the persons. So who is supposed to be accountable? Is it the digital platform? Is it the people who are using this space? So again, we need to be very clear on all this to ensure that we have a safe, secure digital space that we can use for socio-economic development. With that, many thanks. And the honorable member from South Africa want to say something before we close.
I truly apologize, Margaret, to you as well as the honorable members. I'm just really worried, though, that even though we are taking forward those recommendations, our responses to issues of misinformation, disinformation, and deepfake seem to want to treat these things like crimes. Hence, if you listen to most of our inputs, we're talking about cyber crimes, we're talking about, that type of things. In our country, for example, now, we can't police opinions or misinformation, but you have platforms that are weaponized against us, telling us that, we have a white genocide in South Africa. And I would really wish that on the issue of accountability, we really make a very strong point around the regulation of the platform itself and the ability for a country to hold a platform accountable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That is well noted, that everybody has to be accountable. And as legislators is to see how best to come up with the right frameworks for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would suggest, because we are a little bit over time, that we start right away with the next panel, but we do it a little bit shorter. So I'd invite Ernest and the other panelists to please join the podium. And thank you so much, Nyambura.
Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Ernest Mafuta. I'm from Zambia. I'm a telecommunication consultant and a device certification specialist. I also serve as a member of the Zambia National Standardization Technical Committee, which deals with standards, quality of service, cybersecurity, IoT. And I'm proud to say that I was a graduate of the African School of Internet Governance yesterday. Thank you. Cybersecurity, cyber crimes is an evolving thing in this digital world. Misinformation also is emerging. New threats on the market are emerging. But the question lies is, how do we balance the strike between cybercrime and freedom of expression online? So before I introduce my panelists, we are gonna just interact on how best we can strike this balance. So I'm going to ask Honorable Vusi Moyo just to introduce himself briefly before I go to the next panelist.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As I have already introduced myself before, my name is Vusumuzi Moyo. I'm a member of parliament from the Republic of Zimbabwe. I serve as the ICT chairperson, parliamentary portfolio committee. I'm a former councillor in city of Victoria Falls and a former deputy mayor of that very same city. And I am excited to be here. Thank you, Mr. Mafuta.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vusi Moyo. I'll go now to Chief Maktar.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Dr. Maktar Sheikh. I'm the chief of Emerging and Frontier Technology, Innovation, and Digital Transformation at the UN Economic Commission for Africa. And also we are leading this African Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Good morning. As we say in Nigeria, permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name is Tari Wills, and I work with a global organization called Luminate. It's a global philanthropic organization that works with people, movements, and organizations to ensure that tech actually works for people and not against people.
Thank you very much for those introductions. Now, given the time that we've been given, 30 minutes, we are just going to ask you a few questions just on your intervention. So I'm going to start with you, Chief Maktar. Now, given your extensive work with development partners, regional organizations in Africa, and also on your initiatives on innovation and technology, could you please just share an overview of the current cyber laws and landscapes in Africa and how these efforts are shaping this space?
Thank you very much. I think we had a very good discussion with, between the parliamentarians on what's happened in their country. As you know, digital economy can provide a lot of opportunity to African country, but we need to have an adequate regulatory framework. And what is the problem now in Africa? Even if you have the regulation, if you have the market, and you don't protect your service, you are not going to take benefits of this digital transformation. As of today, cybersecurity costs around 4% of the Africa GDP. It's a lot. With 4%, you can develop a lot of infrastructure, school, hospital, and why we need to fight the cybersecurity. But how we can fight cybersecurity first? We need the law. Okay, fantastic. But we need also to have the expert, people with the digital skills, professional on cybersecurity. And as of today, Africa needs 100,000 experts on cybersecurity to fill the gap. We have only 20,000 across the continent. It is a challenge for all African countries. Second, on the rule and regulation, we have there are a lot of progress made by African country. Let me go for the continental level. Continental level, we have this Malabo Convention, but unfortunately, I think we have only 15 countries who already ratified this Malabo Convention. 2 years ago, when we have this African, I think 3 years ago, when we have this African IGF in Malawi, it was in Malawi, ECA already developed a cybersecurity guideline model framework, and country can use it to develop their national cyber security. We already work with African Union Commission to develop this Africa data governance framework adopted last year. Also, we are supporting now several countries to implement their data governance framework across the continent. It is one solution. The second, collaboration. You can't fight a low cybersecurity. It's not possible. And now cybersecurity is mixed with terrorism. When you go to the Sahel region, we have a lot of issues related to cybersecurity. The terrorists use the cyber network. Third, another point, it is now we have a lot of problems across the world. Now you have seen what's happened in Ukraine and Russia. They are not using traditional technology is cybersecurity. We use a drone, and all this is not African is not well prepared. We need this collaboration between African countries. It is why the role of parliamentary is very important. They have to understand very well what are the key challenges faced currently by African country on the cybersecurity. It's not just to hack, to go to steal money in the account of others. We talk about this misinformation, disinformation. Generally, any African country doesn't have any law to fight this disinformation and misinformation. And this will create a lot of problem when you talk about democracy in a lot of African countries. During the period of election, people use this information, and it's not good. Sometimes you have a lot of problem in some country because one fake news people have seen on the social media. We need also to regulate the social media. We have a lot of issue of cybersecurity across social media in Africa. Everybody now using Twitter, you have this Facebook. We need to regulate this to protect our citizens, such our children. Also, we need to do this awareness across the population. When you have a statistic, and around 43% of African women are victim on cybersecurity in the network, but they don't want to report for several reasons. Sometimes it's cultural, sometimes it's for the privacy. They don't want to report. And we should educate all this population to know how to navigate it in this digital era, and also how to report when they are facing challenge using this digital technology. And to conclude, I think we need to work more together to develop first this cybersecurity framework. But we have Malabo Convention adopted, I think I did 2021. But the issue now, at this time, we don't have the issue of AI, generative AI ethics. We need also to take into consideration on the new law on cybersecurity, the development of this emerging technology like AI, nanotechnology, blockchain technology. Second, we need to train more people on cybersecurity. We need to train more on cybersecurity. Third, collaboration is a key. Yeah. We have to work together between African countries. To conclude, there is one African proverb to say, if you want to go fast, walk alone. If you want to go far, work together. I think we have to work together to make sure African country can take opportunity of this digital technology and to put in place the digital future we want with an open society, secure, safe, and inclusive for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Makta, on that one. I believe collaboration is key, as we have heard. Now, I'll go now to Honorable Moyo before I come to you, Terry. So, Honorable Moyo, as the chair of ICT Committee and Member of Parliament in your country, can you just kind of share insights of the current status of cybercrime laws and within your country and just in the region specifically, what are the positive impact and potential adverse effects on freedom of expression that you see emerging from this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mafuta. I think first and foremost, I would not have done justice by not mentioning some of the major cyber crimes that we are grappling with as a continent and as different member states. The first major one, I think most of the speakers have already alluded to, is the issue of cyberbullying. We've seen cyberbullying, misinformation, disinformation, the electronic crimes. My fellow honorable member from Nigeria, I think, I really need to commend the government of Nigeria of retrieving 1 trillion. I don't know how many people in this room have fallen victims to some of the scams that are there. I think those are some of the things. Even us as politicians, we are not spared from this digital onslaught. We are subjected to abuse personally. I've noted with the adage of artificial intelligence that the chief was just talking about. You can imagine artificial intelligence. Most member states here are going to elections, and a content or a discussion can be created about you saying something about your presidential candidate, and we all know what that means to a politician. Or you are spotted at a rally of a rival political party. These are some of the things that we are grappling with. I think on interventions, I was delighted to note that the majority of us, I think the underlying document or convention has been the Malabo Convention. Personally, as a country, we have Cyber and Data Protection Act, which was emanated in 2021, and this piece of legislation was aimed at tackling cybercrime, protecting data, regulating digital economy. Just recently, we have also put up a statutory instrument just so that we are not left out. A statutory instrument that allows the nation to have a data protection authority. We currently just finished an AI strategy that will put a policy framework for us to be able to make sure we could legislate on everything that the AI comes with it, the benefits and the misinformation, everything that can be associated with the artificial intelligence. Not only artificial intelligence, there are other emerging technologies that we are grappling with, because the world of the digital world is fast evolving. Just yesterday, during the Internet Governance Forum, I heard of a term. For me, it was my first time. The digital public infrastructure. It's something that we also need to look out to because it's something that is coming and that we'll need to manage. So I believe some of the panelists that we had earlier on, and I'm happy even the member of parliament, my fellow honorable member from South Africa, has spoken about this. I think as a continent, we also need the power that the global north has, especially on these big tech companies. I was happy, I think the young lady from Kenya, in our earlier own discussion, she spoke about this. In Australia, the global north manages the big tech companies. Why not us? What is wrong with the global south? Don't we have the muscle? Don't we have the legal frameworks to make sure that we can protect our citizenry, protective in our images? What is happening to South Africa, it's not right. So I believe we need to make sure we are prepared to evolve in the same pace as much as the digital space is. I think lastly, because in the interest of time, I'll still go back to the issue of that, the criminalization of expression. You know, I know concerns have been raised by civil society. Laws are being abused to target journalists and critics, dissenting voices, and so on online. But that same freedom needs to be enjoyed with the record responsibility and the ethics. So we need to strike a balance between the national securities and making sure that we don't infringe on the constitutional rights of our citizenry. May I end by saying with these words that let us not trade liberty for security in a way that leaves us with neither. Our laws must protect against cybercrime, but not at the cost of criminalizing thought, dissent, and truth. Merci, asante sana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moyo, for that. You know, one of the things that I've noticed from what you've said is if the greatest challenge that I've seen is about weaponization of information. You know, so deep that it's a great challenge on the cyberspace. In the example of the Honorable Member of South Africa spoke about how this deep fake and information about white farmers and everything. So I think we need to move in a way where we form a collaborative approach as Africa so that our cyber laws can be harmonized to encounter threats that we are facing as a country or as a continent. Now, from the civil society perspective, we have Ms. Terry Wills. Terry, you've worked with quite a number of engagements. You've been doing a lot of engagements from the philanthropy, civic space, and everything. So can you just tell us more, firstly, about your work with Illuminate Group, as well as existing legislative gaps in regard to that topics?
Thanks, Ernest. Like I introduced myself earlier, I work with Luminate. Luminate is one of 9 other organizations. We have a living donor called Pierre Omidia, who himself is also from the tech space. But what Luminate does specifically is to work with organizations, people, and movements that work on different issues that intersect with technology and social justice. So on the one hand, we support organizations and movements around strategic litigations on human rights that have been violated on digital issues. We also work on narrative change issues, working with media, working with storytellers, filmmakers as well, to ensure that the existing narratives offline that hamper participation are not transferred online, because we've seen data from the UN even how that participation is hampered online, more fed into systems. So these are the kind of things we do. So work around strategic litigation. We're also doing advocacy, supporting literacy, capacity building. On that hand, on the one hand, that is that. As it has to do with the question that you have asked me, there's so many aspects to these things, and some of the honorable members here have touched on it. First of all, I would like to say thank you because the continent is not where it used to be as regards legal instruments on technology-related issue. As at the time we started making technology-enabled and related laws, everything we did was to ensure that the digital economy or the economy profited and there was profit. So it was more like, oh, technology has come and it is the silver bullet to all of our economic woes. But over time, improvements have been made, the effort has been made to ensure that human rights considerations are made. Even though a section of civil society thinks that these considerations have been made because egos have been stoked. I mean, we have the Twitter ban from Nigeria as an example. The president's tweet was removed and Twitter was banned. The implications on the economy even was very large because egos were stoked. And again, apologies for fear of being picked up by immigrations because I'm stoking egos here, maybe I would reserve some of my comments. But on the one hand, again, just because I want to keep my thoughts together and respect people, I would like to just read out some of the notes I have made on these issues. My first point is weak and interdependent institutions. So we find that because institutions are weak and interdependent, they're not able to carry out the laws, carry out their mandates as they ought to. For instance, the judiciary is highly dependent on the executive. I mean, if the judiciary gets its budget from the executive, it's somehow, again, it's just that the theory of how how's it said now? Whoever the one about just dancing to the tune of the piper, right? So our judiciaries are weak. That is something that we all know. There's also the thing about impunity, right? Some people have been in the corridors of power for so long that they cannot understand the plight of the people. I would again refrain and keep my thoughts to myself just so that I'm not picked up at immigrations when I land in Nigeria. But my second point is how that laws are reactive and not proactive. We find that laws come up. So for instance, after Twitter was banned in Nigeria, the regulators swung into action, and we found that was when the regulators decided that it was time to ask for Twitter on X now to come to Nigeria and pay taxes. I don't think that it is the right thing to do to make laws reactive. We need to be proactive. There's also the practice of copying and pasting laws from abroad. We just copy and paste laws without thinking of contextual realities. So there's also that. There's also having multi-stakeholder engagement. I would give it to the Nigerian legislature today. They have improved in terms of having multi-stakeholder conversations and engagement with regards to laws as it has to do with cyber crimes and cyber laws. My other point is about how that when laws are made, inadequate considerations are made as it has to do with interagency coordination. So if you are making laws and you expect for 5 agencies to implement these laws, most of them do not have the capacity. I would say it, please excuse my French. Our agencies are shitty. Like, they do not have the required capacity needed to implement some of the laws that we have put. We have civil servants that we expect to implement some of these laws when some of them do not even know how to use computer systems. So I don't think that we put in appropriate thinking into how much interagency coordination affects the successful implementation of the very brilliant laws that we spend day and night to come up with. Then there's also the thing about vague definitions. And I think it is from the vague definitions that issues around, harassing civic defenders, harassing human rights defenders comes into play. So for instance, if you say hate speech, how do we define hate speech in such a way that it is not subjective upon one person's interpretation? So I could say something based on my own reality, based on an experience that I have had. If, for instance, a policeman has harassed me, he has harassed about 10 people who just carry computers because they work in the tech space, and he just thinks they are Yahoo boys or people who are into cybercrime. If I say police have harassed them and somebody else comes to say it is just a few cases, it is quite insulting to my own experience and reality. Right? So I think that vague definitions on certain terms are we need to address squarely vague definitions in our laws to ensure that it is not just a subjective thing that somebody picks up and it becomes a contravention, and then we're talking about misinformation and disinformation. No, as it has to do with misinformation, we know how the state members of the state use technology to move their own agenda. A good example I have about 5 reports sitting in my computer about how politicians used misinformation to move their agenda and incited violence in the last 2023 general elections in Nigeria. So I would, again, because I do not want to be picked up in immigrations, I will keep quiet here.
Thank you, Terry, for that. I'm sure the honorable member of Nigeria will protect you. All right. So thank you, Honorable Vusi. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Maktasik, on those interventions. And I'm sure one thing we can know, collaboration is key, and also to ensure that as African, we come up with one standpoint, and that is to create cyber laws that are inclusive and that also that are interpreted to local realities, and so that even the people that lack the knowledge gap are aware of what they're getting themselves into. For example, just quick, I'll give you what Zambia has done, has just enacted 2021. They amended the 2021 cyber crime law. So they split it into two. Now there's cybersecurity and cybercrime. So now these laws are active, but the challenge that I've seen is that there's lack of domain knowledge of the users on how the interpretation of these laws and how they are done. So many arrests have been made whereby somebody just tweets and stuff like that. And, you know, so I feel if members of parliament here, my appeal to is that let us also invest in capacity building and also literacy programs that also sensitize users on how best to keep the cyberspace. So now, in the interest of time, I'm going to just invite members of parliament in the room. Yeah, honorable member, for your intervention.
Thank you. Again, standing on existing protocol, I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide. As all of the panelists were discussing, I think I'll cite just one example and just to buttress the issue of digital identity. If we are going to have the Africa of our dream, we have to address digital identity. Digital identity is going to be the block that we're going to build on. All of these things we're talking about, they're all good. I'll cite that example where one individual, two passports. One passport can get into Tanzania without any question asked. And the other passport will be questioned. Is the same individual? Something is wrong with that. One passport from a different continent, ease entry, and the other passport from Africa with a lot of questions asked. I think we need to mature our digital identity all across the globe, the continent, so that way we can have ease of entry anywhere in Africa. You know who I am. You know exactly my background. We can have what they call this e-gate across all of our borders for Africans, so that way we can open up our economy and we can thrive as a continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. I speak again from Nigeria. Let me first and foremost thank our civil society organizations. Without them holding government and institutions accountable, there will be constant overreach now and then. And for some of us who are also being in the public space, before being in private space and the civil society space, before coming into government, sometimes you are able to see things from different from different perspectives and be able to see that your language becomes your reality. And I'm happy that Senator Catherine Muma was once, or rather, still a human rights lawyer and now a senator. So the roles of our civil society organizations are extremely very important, and we must commend them and continue to urge them on. However, I'd like to make an appeal. They sometimes strengthen the narrative about the country and at the continent generally, even when they are not conscious of that. And I will give an example. If there was a big tech person that influenced the election of a country, like Elon Musk did in 2024 elections in US, it will be called vote buying. And that election will be deemed to be non-credible because it has taken place in Africa. But here was someone, the owner of a big platform, who was distributing cash. And we're not talking about a Zimbabwe dollar here. We're talking about the real dollar, okay? If that had taken place in Africa, our civil society organizations will be in the forefront to condemn the entire continent and create a narrative of elections that are not credible. And I'll give another example. A few weeks ago, the president of South Africa went to see the man I'm talking about in America. Okay, let me use his frame. Let me use our frame now so that I don't get arrested at U.S. immigration. Because the way she said so frequently, you would think she was just released from immigration for in Nigeria to come here. Again, some little instances of regular criminal activities were amplified, were skewed to create a narrative that the white farmers in South Africa were being deliberately attacked. Our civil society organizations, why we continue to urge them to hold government and institutions accountable, they must also remember that the people in government as well, they are not less patriotic than those of them who are in the civil society space. And that the narrative they also shape about our continent, about our country, will either make the glass to be half full or half empty. The second point I also like to make, we need to hold the big tech companies the same way they are accountable in their own countries. They have to be accountable in Africa. And we can't begin to look for excuses for them. The other time, Meta was fined heavily in Europe. They're fine in Nigeria now because we realize that their data policy, their data protection policy that they use in Africa, in Nigeria, is at variance with what they will use in Europe. Again, if government decide to take them and hold them accountable, our civil society organization will say it's because there was a post we need to balance our urge to hold the government accountable and also the need to protect the sovereignty of our respective countries and the national security. It has been proven over and over. The algorithm bias is not a myth. Some of these organizations, the algorithm are biased when they are in Africa, when they operate here, different from where we be. This is not a justification for government overreach, but a balancing act. So why the civil society organization have a responsibility to keep pushing back the government? When the government also has the responsibility for overall security and safety of the country, also push back. Just that the two of us are doing our work, maybe from different angle.
So in the interest of time, we're going to just allow one intervention. You can go ahead, then take the first.
Thank you, Anthony. Once again, Ghana. Two quick issues. I think that we have been pushing legislation, but I think legislation is basic. There's something that is not happening right beyond legislation, and that's why we are probably not achieving our goals. And I'll go straight to the point. My sister, you got it so right when you said that the capacity of some of the agencies to implement even the legislation is a challenge. I am a member of parliament. I've been impersonated severally. People have been defrauded using my name. I have reported to the police, cybersecurity authority. At the level that I'm a member of parliament, they have not been able to get these people checked. I wonder what happens to, excuse me to use the word, an ordinary person in the society. So we need to move. Secondly, dealing with the personnel. It is perfect to train more personnel because you need more cybersecurity personnel. That deals with the capacity. But I can tell you, if you have no means of retaining them, you will train them for somewhere else. I attended the cybersecurity conference 2 years ago in Israel, Tel Aviv. There was a conscious effort to recruit experts from our backyard. And I'll give you an example. When we met the cybersecurity authority, I'm not too sure about the figure of Ghana. In 1 year, the attrition of the experts was more than 40%. So we'll train them and the attrition will take them away. We must find a way of making it competitive to stay within our region and work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So allow me to give just one quick, you can answer on digital ID, Chief Maktar.
Now, before digital ID, we have to be honest. We are not safe. We host only 1.3% of the data, 1.3% of the data produced in the continent. 98% is outside the continent and controlled by other people. How we can protect ourselves? We need to put this infrastructure, data center. When you talk about digital sovereignty, we need to protect our own data, and it's not the case. Why infrastructure is very important. We talk about also on, I don't come back on the capacity building, I agree with you. But you touch one point very important, digital ID. It is a way I think we have to go. When you talk digital public infrastructure, digital ID combined with digital public finance and digital service, we need to come up with one identity for each of us. But unfortunately, digital ID is costly. We need to look at the national level first before we go to the continental level. We support some country to do their digital ID. We have a good progress, and digital ID I think with digital ID we can sort out some security issue. Now we have a case. We have seen the progress in Togo, in also in what call it Ethiopia, Rwanda, and also there is some lot of progress in South Africa because they are working a lot in the finance sector. They are leading this fintech in across the continent. But I think it is where you parliamentary have a role to play, because we talk about implementation of the African Free Trade Area. With the digital ID, we can do it, but without digital ID, it's not possible. You have to be very honest and serious on this issue, and all countries should start now working in how to implement digital ID. Digital ID also require a lot of issue on technology, on interoperability, and also some legislation to involve the private sector in the development of the digital ID. We have a good example in Gambia. We developed their national strategy for digital ID. It is a good model where parliamentary can learn from that. Also, digital ID, we have a lot of challenge because we have now 400 million of our population without any legal form of ID. When we build our digital ID system, we have to take into consideration these people. And in addition, also at capacity building level, we already, we are going to learn, we are establishing now the African Center for Cybersecurity in Lomé. I don't know if there is a representative from Togo, and we expect to launch the center soon. Also, you have this artificial intelligence center we already established 2 years ago in Congo. They are doing a lot of training on cybersecurity. Also, we have a new program at UNECA for parliamentarians to build their capacity on this digital transformation. You have all this AI, cybersecurity, this quantum, all this nanotech, emerging technology, this ethical issue regarding AI, all this training. I think if you can get access to this training online. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Maktar. Terry, under 1 minute. Just make your intervention. Terry, under 1 minute.
Just in response to the honorable member from my country, one of the best things that we have lauded and applauded the Senate for this year, and the entire government of Nigeria actually, was the imposition of that fine on Meta. And we've actually called for more of such things to be done, because for us, it's more about protecting people. And we understand that even the parliamentarians are people, so we also call for accountability of platform, hence the whole thematic framework around platform accountability. That's one. The other thing that I also wanted to mention was something that the honorable member from Kenya mentioned, which is about sector-specific laws. In Nigeria, for instance, the attrition rate from tech companies is so high. Tech companies employ people, and after 2 weeks, they wake up and they've lost their jobs. there are no labor laws as it has to do with these issues in my country. So these are issues that I would personally ask and ask the Senate to please consider as you move on with your duties. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Honorable Vusi, just under 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mafuta. I think before I make my comment, I want to call the honorable member is out of order. You know, in the spirit of solidarity, you are just degenerated, Zim dollar. Everything that you said afterwards, I didn't even hear that. So you are out of order, honorable member. Yes, you need to withdraw that. Yeah. It starts from there. If you're not going to respect your own, you know, that self-hate, how do you identify with something that you belittle? That's out of order. Thank you very much. Anyway, I wanted to make a comment based on what Honorable Suma has said. In the just ended internet governance school, as a way to complement the already well accepted African principles on data governance. We came up with a resolution and we said we need to make sure that we strengthen multi-stakeholder consultations. I think everyone has a role to play. The big tech companies, civil society, the lawmakers, and the human rights groups. So I thought I should also share that we see some of these things in these forums that bring us all together so that we bring our efforts together and make sure our digital spaces are safe and we can make the most out of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vusi. Thank you, everyone, for this session. So allow me to say that this is not the end of this session, but we're going to continue this session on the global level at the Global IGF in Oslo, Norway. So I believe that the interventions and the reflections of this today's session reflects African realities. So we're going to feed them into the global perspective, other members of parliament from Europe and Asia, so that we can build consensus on how best we can protect our societies with regard to cybercrime, cyber laws. Thank you. So the next session is going to be down, I think, in the Roa room where the African IGF is happening. So for now, I would say we break off for lunch and you come back at 2:30. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, am I shouting? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this, which I believe is the last session on building inclusive AI in Africa. Introducing myself, Orembo from Research ICT Africa. I'm a research fellow, and I also coordinate partnerships on international policy processes such as the UN and Global Digital Compact, WISIS, and so on and so forth. I have my colleague here, Mpo, who's going to introduce herself before we say what we are going to do.
Good afternoon, esteemed delegates and honorables. Welcome to our session. My name is Mpo Moyo. I'm a senior researcher at Research ICT Africa. We are a think tank that focuses on evidence-based ICT and digital policy research and policy development across the continent. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So thanks. We are going to talk about building inclusive AI in Africa, and we are going to make some presentation about some research that we did and recommendation. But it's not just you talking to us, but us having an interactive session because you're experts in this subject as well. Let me start with asking a question. Who is using AI in the room? Not now, but who is using AI? 50% only? 50% only? Everyone. Not everyone is using AI. But I'll tell you that AI is using you, right? If you're using social media, the content that you get is driven by AI. If you're going to Google and you start getting advertisements on go on book this hotel, book that hotel, it's because probably you booked a hotel at the IGF and now you're getting advertisements for hotel. So you're not actively using AI, but AI is using you, and it's actually dictating your experiences online, right? Yeah. Now this session is about how can AI be inclusive to Africans? And we're not just talking about those who've raised their hands that they're using AI, but also it could be a different case that someone is, part of you are using agentic AI, which an AI which doesn't sleep, sends email on your behalf, reminds you to wake up at 4, drink water, tells you that today your health from your watch is not really, your heartbeat doesn't look really good. Check with your doctor and things like that. Now, people are using AI to those extents. And if you're someone who's using agentic AI, raise your hand. There's one person. Agentic AI agents, an AI which actually studies your data, makes decisions for you, and doesn't even stop there. It can even send emails for you, like works for you. So you just wake up and do minimal tasks, like being a manager of your life. There's a real person who's doing work for you. and that's an agent, an AI agent. There are people who are building those from ChatGPT, and there are people who are building those from other service providers, mostly based in the US. So that's how deep AI is going, while us, we are just using it on social media. So I had prepared a very, very long speech, and let me start. So for those of us who are using AI voice assistant, you've also realized that you have to repeat things 10 times for them to understand. Like I usually talk to Alexa, and I have to, I usually say, when I ask Alexa, Alexa, what's the time? It says, I can't understand that. Now, if Alexa can't understand my accent the way it is, I believe it's a twist of Kenyan accent plus some other European accent. How about my mom? How about my grandma? Is that inclusive? When loan applications from mobile phone, either they exclude farmers, or they give us loan designs or products that keep us on debt, chain of debts all the time, that we are not actually included into the financial system. We are actually excluded because we can't really get to it to empower ourselves. That is AI gone wrong. When people actually buy devices, wearable devices to monitor their health, their BP, their pulse, things like that, but it can't work on darker skins because do they usually use the LED light to measure whether your blood has oxygen or not? But with darker skin tones, it's not able to do that. So as populations as people progress with the use of AI, making their health better, taking their health care into their hands before they go to the doctor, they have all the information because of AI. Farmers in other areas, they're using precision farming because AI is able to tell them when to plant, when not to plant, and things like that. Here, we are not able to do that. And when we picture the farmer in the rural area still waits to see the clouds to see whether to plant or not, or even sometimes even worse, when they try to use AI and their advice on AI, the results are usually wrong because there's no data. The systems are not also designed for them. So how can we make AI inclusive? Because already there's a problem in Africa that even the AI that we are trying to develop, we are still struggling to make it inclusive. It's only people in the urban areas who are using it, but there's still exclusion there. So I'm just painting that picture. Mpo will give us a presentation of research that she's been conducting.
Thank you very much, Liz, for that wonderful introduction. I wanted to just also give you another illustration. So what we're going to talk about is what is called structural inequalities. Imagine a rural woman sitting in the most rural parts of Tanzania. She has no access to education because she has been told that boy children go to school and she must stay at home. She does not have access to electricity. She does not have access to a phone. But there's this technology that is out there called AI. She just struggles with the basics. And what we are talking about is what is called a person sitting at the intersection of multiple inequalities. She's structurally already excluded from the digital economy because she cannot meaningfully participate in it. So today, what we're coming to speak to you about as parliamentarians and multi-stakeholders is we are coming with a call to action. There was a study that Research ICT Africa was involved in. It's a global study that was done by the Global Partnership on AI. It involved 5 regions. Research ICT Africa did the consultation for Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. And what we looked at was how AI reinforces these systemic inequalities. What does that mean? It means that there's already inequalities that exist in our societies and what we call the structurally excluded people. For example, if I'm a person with disability, my data, our government sometimes when we collect data, we don't have a clear picture on how many people have a disability in our country. So I'm already structurally excluded from the data that exists within the country. So we were saying so when we look at AI systems, AI doesn't cause the inequality, but the inequality is already there, so it amplifies it. So this is what we looked at. We also looked at how this impacts on women and marginalized communities. We also looked at indigenous communities. But we also realized that AI has a potential and a role in amplifying bias and power imbalances. And how does it do that? In the fact that we also are not included in the AI data sets. So we are not included in the design of AI. And as Liz alluded to, there are also some biases already inherent in the AI systems when we talk about inclusive AI. So what we are going to look at is that there are 4 themes around in the report that had 5 regions. And today we want to look at and contextualize that report to Africa. As I said, it's a call to action. So it's based on a human rights-based approach. When we talk about substantiative equality, we're saying, how do we move from a disadvantage where you are systemically excluded, where you are still experiences these inequalities, towards an equitable and towards addressing these imbalances? How do we start addressing these imbalances within our society? And we're talking about transformative change. So it talks about structural reforms. How do we start addressing the root cause? Because we always start talking about AI. AI has done this, but in fact, we are still going to be marginalized if we still don't address the inequalities that exist at the systemic level, at the societal level, like I introduced. And it also calls for us to all be for the AI development to be inclusive, to include diverse perspectives of people, including those who have been marginalized. So it's based on 3 rights: the right to inclusion, the right to participation, and the right to dignity. So we need to remedy these systemic issues that we have, these structural inequalities where I'm excluded at different levels, either as a person who lives in a rural area or as a person with disabilities, and many other inequalities. The right to participation, the fact that we don't have a voice in how or we don't have a say. And I'll allude to it later where we talk about there's a new form of colonialism where our data is being extracted from us as Africans without consent. So that's one of the issues we talk about. And then the fact that there's a right to dignity. I should have the right to when a system doesn't recognize my skin color, or that's some kind of injustice. Some people have been profiled because of the way AI systems misrecognize or recognize, or even being given the wrong diagnosis. And these are the things that we need to be thinking about as policymakers. So some of the key findings that we found was that inclusion that is not equal to access. I may have a phone, but if I don't know how to use it, it does not mean I'm included. I may have, if I don't have the requisite education and know-how of how to use a phone or even AI, it doesn't mean, it's not meaningful for me. And that's why we say access is not equal to inclusion. So having something, so when we talk about the supply side, where we say you have brought the internet connection, but if I don't know how to use the internet in a meaningful way, I'm not being included. Then we talk about AI and colonial exploitation. So here, when we are talking about how the development of AI is skewed towards the global north, which is, if you allow me to use that, and while here we in the global south, we do not have a say of how those systems have been designed, because as you will see later, our data has been excluded from that. And then this is what I'm talking about, that there's been lack of local representation in AI. And a lot of innovation, while it is there, and we are seeing large language models being developed on an African continent, but we need it to be scalable and it's at a scale of the continent for us to be included in the AI systems. And also, poor contextualization exacerbates systemic exclusion. So what I mean is that if we do not understand the populations that are excluded and marginalized, we continue to perpetuate that exclusion even when AI has been introduced. So I talked about the weak consent mechanisms around data exploitation, of data being extracted without us having a say. So we are talking about the right to consent, the right even to hold platforms accountable and you know, some of the arguments that are being said out there will say that we don't have the jurisdiction to address platforms. But if something happens on Facebook, like we heard today, examples that were spoken on the panel today, that women are being sort of distorted. Maybe she's in parliament and then her figure is distorted. And who do I go to? There's no one to call. There's no one to address these issues with. Surely there should be some kind of recourse when it comes to such things. And then also we looked at government capacity gaps in governance. So, you know, we are going through this transformative era in our continent, and you know, we need to build capacity. We do realize that human development is one of the key issues, even within our own governments, that we need to address. We need to be able to be equipped to address these new technologies, how to to put in the requisite legal frameworks, and we need to also be ready as an institution for the change that is coming, and it's here. We are adopting policies, but are they context specific? Are they addressing the needs of our people in that sense? And I talked about the exclusion of knowledge systems. Our indigenous languages and models are not in these AI systems. And so these are the issues that I'm saying it's a call to action, because I'm saying, what do we do in the context of Africa? How do we address these issues, these inequalities? Because that's where the root cause is. And how do we include these knowledge systems? I heard, like, when we're in AfriSig at the internet school, people talked about creating their own AI. I mean, those are some of the debates that are going around, but what does that look like? And what are we doing? What I want to hear from you as policymakers is, what are we doing at a continental level and in our own context? How are we addressing some of these? Sorry. And then I think, I've lost control. There. And then there's also a call for participation, that we should all be able to have a voice. And how do we do that? We should fund community-led AI innovation. We should mandate algorithmic transparency in public services. So we need to know, what is our data being used for? When I give you my data, and that's the issue when we talk about data governance. When I link it to data governance, people want to know. And there's a sort of like, citizens are uneasy because they don't know, why should I give you my data? I don't even know what's being used for. And other people are not even aware that, you've got rights pertaining to data. So then we need to also create regional data sovereignty frameworks. So we need to now start collaborating as African governments at the continental level, and say, how do we build policies that are inclusive from a continental level, and how does that filter down, and how do we contextualize it? We all know what our issues are in our own countries. We've got similar ones, but how do we make sure that it filters down? And so I'm going to hand over to Liz, who's going to go through some recommendations. You'll see a document that is going around. This was the global report. And now Semia and Mila, in conjunction with Research ICT Africa, is coming to you to say, yes, we've got the global recommendations, which is the 5 regions that I talked about that were covered. How do we contextualize it and address these issues in our own context, in the African context? So I'll hand over to Liz to just go through some of the recommendations, and then we'll go into a question and answer session. Thank you.
Thanks, Mpo, for that presentation. So in the papers there on the recommendation, you'll realize that the recommendations have been divided into 4. 4 themes. 1, inclusive design and democratic innovation. 2, meaningful participation in AI governance. 3, transparency and accountability for harm prevention. And then there's effective access to justice. I don't want to read all of them, but just touch on a few that I think that are very, very, very important. Number 1, I think the first recommendation in the first theme is that's important here is involving marginalized group in technical and non-technical roles throughout the AI ecosystem. And I think here there are those AI roles that actually don't have to be technical. My question here is, as MPs and even civil society organization, how do we start these conversations about AI so that they are inclusive to the farmer who is out there, to someone who is even using social media, to even someone who is schooling with AI? How do we involve them through from the start of data collection to the output of AI? What are those capacity building mechanisms that we need to put there? Top of my mind is school. When you learn basic literacy and then we upgrade to data literacy, that is part of AI value chain that we need to create in Africa. Because again, for us, the challenge of AI and the governance is that even when you want to regulate AI, it's opaque. It's an opaque technology. You only realize that AI is you're on the wrong end of AI when something wrong is happening to you, and then it clicks on you. Oh, actually, it's because of this, this, and this. And sometimes it even takes years, like Cambridge Analytica that happened to some of our countries. It took, was it 10 years for Kenya and Nigeria to realize that some of their political campaigns were actually and elections. Cambridge Analytica was actually involved. And the worst news is that it's not even Kenyan or Nigerian media that reported on this, that broke out the news. It's actually a BBC. It was BBC Media Organization, which means that if they hadn't, if they didn't have the data and actually inquired, they wouldn't have. So I've actually, touching on Cambridge Analytica, I've actually gone to the AI governance where there's a recommendation on transparent algorithm, and even when it comes to public use of public deployment of AI, where let's say children are being or KCSE people who've done high school, they're being enrolled into tertiary education or even higher learning education, and the government uses AI. Are you able to explain to people that these were the algorithms and these were the variables depending on your economic status, social status, political inclusion? This is how it was able to make this decision. How do we start these conversations at the grassroots level so that people start seeing that this is actually a technology that affects them and they need to take part in governance? Number 2, I think I spoke about capacity building for institutional inclusion. This is investing in capacity development and awareness raising within public and private institutions and teams on the experiences and rights of historically marginalized groups. When you talk about institution, here institutions like judiciary are going to be very, very important in them being able to understand how AI impacts people, so that when cases are brought to them on unfair distribution of values or resources, then they're able to understand some of these things. I will jump to meaningful participation in AI governance, promotion of effective public engagement and community participation. Some of our policies, for example, I'll speak of Kenya too much because I am a Kenyan. We have a constitution that actually mandates that for every policy to go through, they have to pass through public participation. And AI is like policy, where it's a computer actually making decision on how you're going to live your life. If an AI system is being deployed by the government, it means that that is actually policy. Whatever government does is policy. Then how can it be inclusive in a way that you have actually a say in also contributing even to the local government levels, and say that this is how this water should be distributed, and so an algorithm that makes decision about one or two things should be designed it should have principles 1, 2, 3 that's actually being determined at a community level. I'll jump to some of the recommendations here, trusting that you're going to read them, to read this document later. We are so much behind time, so I'll just jump on this to some of these recommendations. Empowering equality body to initiate action. That includes human rights institution and other public interest organizations to take action in public interest, allowing these bodies to submit complaints to supervisory audits, even without identifiable complainants. So how can we empower actors, even small actors, big actors, to proactively assess how AI performs, not just AI, even just in the community, but even AI that we are using from other foreign companies. A good example, I think there was an AI company that was collecting iris data from people, and it had collected it for a certain period of time. But this was not just deployment. This was data collection from people, and people were actually being paid for their iris to be scanned. They didn't know where this data was going. They didn't know where what it was being used for. So how can we empower communities to be able to detect such activities from even foreign companies immediately, so that it doesn't have to take months for AI to spread harms, but a community that is very, very attentive to some of these harms. I will stop there, and we'll now come back to you with questions first. How are you experiencing AI? Are you interacting with your community? And what are those action points? Because we've started interacting with governance issues of AI, and even at parliamentary levels, we've started asking ourselves questions about how can AI be inclusive and be of no harm. So as I give Mpo to ask other questions, is there anyone who started doing policy work on AI in their own country levels, or even at regional level? By hands? Yeah. Yeah. So do we have mics there? We would love to get your experiences on how you're doing it. Let me come.
Thank you very much. Straight to your question. You note that at the time that we made our laws, for example, the Computer Misuse Act, at that time we did not have the active or these innovations on artificial intelligence in my country. But we have seen over the years, you know, especially as we move closer to the elections, a lot of, use of artificial intelligence, trying to show that maybe this person said X, somebody giving a speech which actually the person did not give, but the whole intention is to turn the population against this person. So aware that now it's becoming more rampant, you even find a lady, undressed in position X with male Y, but the whole intention is actually to either show that you are immoral, to the campaign, really, people. So we as legislators working under the Parliamentary Forum on Internet Governance felt that it was time for us to review the existing legislations and see how to regulate artificial intelligence in the country. So we have a bill in the artificial intelligence bill, which is being drafted by our legal teams. And we hope that shortly when we resume, hopefully after elections, now that we are in the heat of it all, we should be able to have this bill presented in Parliament. So that is what we are doing. Because where we are moving, it's actually dangerous if we don't regulate that.
So that you're actually speaking about harms that come from AI still, and Mpo also spoke about structural inequalities that exist, and when we have new technologies, the harms that we get, they're actually unfairly distributed. We are talking about AI-generated misinformation. When they are spread where there's, for example, inequalities of digital literacy, inequalities even of media literacy itself. We'll have a big population believing that is true information because they don't know that this is AI generated. But in a population where there's it's a bit literate, you can find that the harm of that misinformation is not as much effective as it is in a population where is disadvantaged. I'll give it to two people and then go back to Mpo to ask you questions about what can we do. Thanks for that example, Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa is honorable if you're not from Kenya or Tanzania.
Oui. Merci beaucoup, madame. Je vais parler en français et je sais pas, je vais confirmer ou bien je vais compléter ce que vous avez dit.
Wait a bit. Do we have our... Is it entente or attente? Entente. Attente. Oh, okay. S'il vous plaît. Are we ready? Okay, go ahead, please.
Je disais merci, madame. Je voudrais compléter ou confirmer ce que vous avez dit. J'ai bien suivi votre présentation et j'ai remarqué qu'à chaque fois que vous parlez des avancées, sans doute vous contextualisez toujours par rapport à notre situation en Afrique. Et vous l'avez si bien dit, vous l'avez dit ici que l'analphabétisation, par exemple, une personne, si nous regardons l'Afrique et que nous savons que dans certains pays, dans certains coins, le taux d'analphabétisation est quand même élevé. Alors, si nous allons à la quête des l'IA, il faut savoir qu'en Afrique, quand même, on a des problèmes. Et nous devons à chaque fois contextualiser par rapport à nos réalités. Une personne qui n'a pas été à l'école, qui ne sait ni lire ni écrire, quel sera son comportement face à l'IA? Et lorsque nous parlons de développement, est-ce que le développement doit être global ou bien nous allons adapter notre développement à l'africaine? Ce qui nous ramène au débat que nous avons eu ce matin, à copier les lois, à copier les décisions des autres pays, alors que nous avons nos réalités qui nous sont propres en Afrique. Nous voulons aller vite, c'est clair. Moi, je suis pour le numérique et c'est une obligation pour nos États, pour nos gouvernements, pour nous parlementaires, à s'adapter et à s'engager sur les questions de numérique. Mais n'oublions pas, n'allons pas vite. Moi, je suis parlementaire, j'ai étudié, mais je veux vous dire que parfois, je me sens perdue. Je me sens perdue. Et qu'en est-il de cette femme-là qui est dans la zone rurale? Qu'en est-il de cette femme-là qui n'a pas eu la chance d'aller à l'école comme moi? Et nous le savons bien que la population africaine est plus concentrée dans les zones rurales. Et quand nous avons des forats comme ça, n'oublions pas cet aspect-là des choses. Alors que nous envisageons d'initier nos enfants dans les écoles privées, dans les écoles publiques, n'oublions pas que la majorité de nos populations n'ont pas étudié, n'ont pas accès à l'électricité. Est-ce que si on n'a pas du courant, on n'a pas l'électricité, quel est notre rapport avec l'IA? Quel est notre rapport avec la digitalisation? Donc, nous avons nos fardeaux à l'africaine que nous ne devons pas laisser de côté. Nous ne devons pas réfléchir comme si nous étions au Canada. Nous ne devons pas réfléchir comme si nous étions aux États-Unis où on a déjà dépassé certaines questions liées à l'électricité, liées à la gratuité de l'enseignement. Nous avons encore des fardeaux et j'aimerais que dans notre raisonnement, nous ne pouvons pas oublier ça. Et j'ai beaucoup apprécié parce que à chaque fois que vous êtes en train de faire la présentation, vous n'avez pas oublié de répéter que nous avons nos problèmes. Et même la première dame qui a présenté, elle a dit une chose très importante. Elle a dit que lorsqu'elle parle à Alexa, parfois Alexa lui dit que je ne comprends pas ce que tu dis parce qu'elle a une tonalité peut-être liée à l'assonance linguistique de son pays. Alexa ne comprend rien. Alors, de ce même fait, nous devons réfléchir en tant qu'Africains à créer aussi nos propres technologies qui vont prendre en compte et nos tonalités et ce que nous sommes vraiment. Parce que seuls nous-mêmes, nous pouvons définir et nous pouvons produire ce que nous sommes maintenant. Et ne pas oublier de réfléchir aussi que l'Afrique n'est pas qu'un marché pour les autres continents, c'est aussi une opportunité pour nous-mêmes les Africains parce que nous connaissons les réalités et nos réalités. Merci.
I love these interventions because they touch on the realities of Africans. If we don't have electricity, how are we included in AI itself? And if we are struggling with things like electricity and food, how are we even going to think about getting AI to start using it? I think those are very, very good points, plus points from Honorable here. Can we have like two? And they've already started talking about what can we MPs do when we are formulating AI strategies, AI policies that are going to be inclusive. Are they including simple things like digital literacy, electricity itself? Are we addressing electricity issues before we go to AI deployment? Are we addressing also media literacy as we also try to tackle the issue of AI-powered disinformation, right? Yes, let's go to you. There was another hand here. I would like to give the mic. Yes, please go.
Okay. I proceed. I'm just building on what she provided. How about our tech experts in Africa focusing on assisting us to come up with innovations that can actually bring down the cost of accessing internet in Africa? You speak about the inequalities. There is the inequality of North-South, and then within South, there is inequalities that is exacerbated by other factors: rural, woman, culture, disability, and so on. I would hope that maybe our own African tech experts should start thinking around resolving that issues and therefore coming up with maybe a cheap smartphone so that cheap smartphone is not going to come from Korea. Can we be thinking about what is the solution to our to facilitating access for more people. So if it is accessible gadgets, what does that mean? Can we start innovating around that? What does digital public infrastructure look like? What can be done to bring the cost down in order to fast track access in rural areas? What would it mean? And we may not necessarily, we don't want to create IT experts or tech experts everywhere. We just need sensitization. For the woman in the market, her sensitization pack around what she does, how she can engage into the digital market around her vegetables is not something that requires her to do computer science. So how do we come up with the products that can fast track access? And I can tell you that innovation will never be done by the Minister for ICT. It is going to be done by those in the tech space. So government can do so much, parliament can do so much, but what are our own tech innovators? How can they be driven by the African needs in order to innovate products that can fast track equality in these issues?
Thank you very much for those insights. I'm going to come to Madam. Oh, there's someone. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So first you can stand.
Yes.
And honorables, will you please allow me to use Swahili so that I can speak well in my point? Please allow me to speak well in my point.
I'm not sure if there's translation for Swahili. Oh, is there?
It's African language. So I'm waiting for the translator. If he say yes, I can proceed. Yeah, he say yes, I can proceed. Yeah, say yes, I can proceed.
Oh, yes. Oh, channel 4.
Okay. Okay. Translator anaweza katuambia huko. Anaweza karuhusu Swahili. In Swahili. Ni anaweza kutumia Kiswahili. Okay, let me try to use English. It's not going to work. Let me use English. That's the first problem which we have. We don't have the language of Africa language, the proper language which we were supposed, and then we are promoting. We don't have the language of Africa. Then we are promoting. So which language can we use? I'll be speaking Swahili so that it can go to English. Okay, let me use English. Okay, sorry for challenging you. Okay, my point was supposed to go into according to the AI with the way we are using, and then thank you. It gives us some challenges, and then it simplifies some works which we are doing. But there is a challenge. I was doing some small research during because our organization deals with youth, but there is a problem of this which we call the fake look. People, they use AI to change their appearance so that they can be confident, and then especially for the girls, they use that kind of Snapchatting or whatever, like AI materials. It changed their look. But now the effects comes, they lose confidence when they want to come to the public. It isolates them from the interacting with other people when they're told to be coming on the public. And also when they are in a relationship, they just talk to the internet, meeting, like chatting, whatever. But when they meet, they are going to get a conflict and also cause that like sex abuse. Because we have done some research and we find few girls, they just communicating with guy, and then the guy send money for transportation so that they can go meet. But when they go, they find that the look are different. They just insulting them, harassing them, and then which cause a mental health problem for the girls when they use those kind of things, and sex harassment, whatever, so many kind of things which happen according to that. So my request is, don't we have any solution so that we can solve this problem. We thank AI, but this thing is causing a lot of problem in society, especially for the youth. How can we control these things so that it maybe even a knowledge or whatever we can do so that we can control this mental harassment or whatever which is happening to the society because of this artificial intelligence thing?
Thank you. Thank you very much. But I think the problem is not in the technology itself. It's in the way it's being used. The societal issue is still there. So we're talking about the structural issues exist already. And the societal issues around appearance. In some contexts, maybe it's whether you're dark-skinned, light-skinned, all those issues. It's a societal issue, but it's the way technology, a person uses technology, and how people respond to that is how what is a result of something that's already systemic, which I'm saying is already in the society. So the technology has got good and bad aspects, but it can be used for good, for harm, and it can be used for good. And so it's a societal thing about appearance. Would you agree with me in that sense? Yeah, so what we are saying is which I'm also trying to get from you as honorable delegates is what does inclusive AI mean for us as an African? If we've got these problems here and we've got this technology which can do so much good, we can predict weather patterns, we can, have precision agriculture. There's so many other benefits of AI, but there are also harms. Some people use it to distort images. So when we talk about policies now of how do we contextualize this and say, how do we make our transformative or inclusive? How do we make sure that we hold the right people accountable? How do we input, what do we need to put into our laws and policies to address issues around, the misuse of AI? How do we address the system issues, which we already started telling us? But what does inclusive AI policies look like to us? What are we doing? How would you measure it? How would you measure inclusivity? What tools would you use? These are the things that I'm looking for in terms of responses. And I'm also calling for, it's a call, as I said, it's a call to action. What commitments can we come away with today as members of parliament, as civil society and other multi-stakeholder groups to say, what are we going to do about it? Do we know that persons with disabilities data is not in we don't know a lot about it? And how do we make decisions when our data is not fully complete? We don't know some aspects about our marginalized groups. We don't know what's going on. Sometimes you will find the enumerator who will tell you, I could not go to the rural areas because the road was bad. So I never went to that area. So there are communities that are not even being reached because of other challenges. Is it infrastructural issues that we need to address? Is it the education? And then what do we do now? And what is our commitments? So if I could get a round of hands to all the questions that I asked, and then I'll give it over to you, sir. And then I'll give over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mpo, and I'm not going to help you, so I'm not going to answer a single one of those questions that you raised. I think I've got a few of my own. I was wondering this report, how does Research Africa perhaps think it would be different if it was an African study? And the reason I'm asking that is that to a large extent, if you look at their recommendations, they're talking to almost developers of AI. And right now you still have an Africa that is a recipient of AI. In our country, we have completed, or government has completed. That's why when you were giving me the mic, I was saying, I don't have anything to add. It's still a government process. But they've completed the National AI Policy Framework with the intention then of working towards our AI strategy. And it is extremely reactive. Yes, you'll have things there that speak about, capacity building, perhaps research and development and innovation. But as I don't know, we are recipients of this technology. I suppose the issues that you were speaking to there around the neo-colonialism of AI and what it means. We also, I suppose, some of the issues that we're having in the previous conversation around platform accountability. You have Grok, for example. It's called Grok, that thing that just recently would have also been used for disinformation. So an AI-driven disinformation tool. And again, we don't have the ability to respond equally. I just want to say, maybe in part of your discussion, our AI policy in the country speaks to, as I said, capacity development, digital infrastructure, research, public sector implementation, ethical guidelines, and then privacy and data protection. I don't see that moving the needle. And this is in addition to all these polycrises that you were speaking of. So yeah, I told you I was not going to help you, just create more problems for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. It's a valid point and context. I would move over to the gentleman over here, and then ma'am, and then she'll be next. Honorable on the corner, then I'll send it. Yeah.
So, I'm grateful to stand in front of the honorables here on the context of how inclusive is AI into the African region. I would like to start by saying that in Africa, we have this tendency of taking in what we really don't assess. Like, we take in new technologies from abroad, we don't assess them, we don't know the impacts, and then we come to realize the impacts later. So we don't have that assessment tool like before any release of any technology into our markets. There should be a deeper assess and analysis of what are the harms and the good that can be done. Right now, we are talking on AI as something that is bringing a lot of negative impacts to the society, especially in the context of what we are seeing in the political realm of the East African margin. I would like to give a quick recap on the US, how they make their policy. We see 2 weeks ago, we saw Donald Trump together with the first lady of the US, they passed on executive order banning posting of any distorted faces of any person, either is AI generated or any context that manipulate or destroy the image of that person in public. We also see the Congress and the Senate in the US. They bring in Sam Altman, with Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, to be questioned on how their social medias, how their technology affect the people. We saw Facebook was sued just for breaching the data to China. But what comes in the context of Africa? In Africa, we are far behind because we don't have the ability to judge what we receive inside our countries. AI has more good than harm, I can say, to this context. If we look to the Middle East and the UAE policies regulate AI in such a way that you cannot diversify the positiveness of it. They're using it for much inclusive program, creating fire alerts, creating very good system. And right now we're talking about UAE becoming the next hub of AI, actually the leading hub of AI in the world. But when we come to the context of our continent, what's wrong and what is leaving us behind? The first thing that I would like to suggest to the honorables, the MPs inside this roundtable of MPs, is that we should bring a governing board that do analysis of this technology before they are released into our markets. We take these technologies from abroad, and we really don't know the good and the harm that they can do. But I believe if the countries and the MPs in the Senate pass this governing board that do analysis and limit the certain algorithm, we can prevent this harm that we are seeing. On the terms of inclusiveness and people being aware in AI, I have been reading this summary of key recommendations of transformation policy, and I was really impressed by invest in capacity building for institutional inclusions. Now, the reality is that AI is just a new technology that people are fascinated about it, people are excited about it. A lot of people really want to use it, but do they know how to use it? We talk of AI as ChatGPT, Grok, but AI is far beyond that. If you go to deep into AI, you'll understand that AI has been evolved since 1950s. But right now we're in this new realm, this new wave of AI. So I think I would like to recommend to the honorables to invest deeply on a community-led group, also startups that are driving AI inclusiveness and teaching the society on how to use the AI for the better goods. AI can do a lot of innovations from agriculture, from health, and also even in career guidance for the youth, our fellow youth. So if people know the good on how to use AI, they know that AI is far beyond ChatGPT and DeepSeek. They can do something marvelous in it. Thank you. They can do something marvelous in it. Thank you. They can do something marvelous.
Yesterday, I'm unlikely to be helpful. But I'll use the opportunity to think aloud. One, I think you may not achieve much if you wanted to Parliament to set a body in order for things to roll. You are the experts. You're doing research. I would want to see the Team Kenya in these spaces telling us the policy in UAE around AI is the following, and it has the following impact. The Kenyan context is this. So if we were to have a policy, we think a policy, we can borrow this from there, borrow this from the other, and come up with this policy for Kenya. We can never begin with set an institution to then advise us. You are the experts. And I said earlier, you are the young people engaging daily in these spaces. So you are the ones to tell us, we think this is the value addition that AI brings to our nation. This is the difficult bit. And we think a good policy that will bring a balance in regulating this is this. And then we do that. Now I'm telling you this because MPs are not experts. We are expected to bring the best health laws, the best ICT laws, the best laws that will deal with engineering, the best laws on manufacturing, on water. So the assumption that that expertise comes from us is sometimes misunderstood. And that's why, in my view, is that our experts in this area must come and imagine how policy would look like. Secondly, on the issue of data, I don't know whether we've done research around how we can get the African story. A lot of our stories are oral. A lot of our stories, because of our colonial history, are excluded. For instance, our herbal solutions to health problems are being acknowledged and used abroad because we are slow in passing laws around herbal medicines and all of that. So are we working with, for instance, national bureaus of statistics to relook at the data collection tools, the way you are talking about, to be able, for instance, to capture the issues of health, the issues in every area in order to include everyone? So I would want to see us bringing on board national bureaus of statistics, asking them to reimagine the data tools, the indicators they are working with, in order for more of our information to be collected. I would want to see the same in terms of the sectoral data collection tools, the health sector, water, and the rest of them. Thank you.
I just wanted to respond to, and I can only give one more hand to the gentleman on the corner, honorable there. I wanted to respond to that. As Research ICT Africa, we are working with the African Union, Alder NEPAD and GIZ to domesticate data policies across different countries in Africa. And so we use our research. That's why we believe that it has to be evidence-based. So that evidence is, I think what I'm getting from this point is that we did do the regional consultations. There was a report. I think it's just now looking for, with in conjunction with our partnering Semia and Miller to now then publish that report, because we had a report from the consultations on what were the issues. And this is where I wanted to find out, would there be an interest for setting up an interest group where we come and we do disseminate and provide that information to policymakers and provide those recommendations? Is there an appetite for that as an action point is what I want to find out. And then if you are interested in it, if maybe you can wave, then I can come and approach you. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I'll also approach you to set up that interest group, because we have lots of wealth of information, but we also need platforms to disseminate it. And these are the platforms, and we can also create additional platforms, particularly around inclusive AI policies. Last comment over there before I hand back to, thank you, Honorable. You can go ahead. I'll hand back to Celine after that.
Yeah, as my colleague from Kenya say, you are the expert. You are the one who have to advise us, to give us how we can put in place those policy, but also taking in consideration that we are making policy for us, Africa. We don't have to copy policy based on other country like Europe or China or US. They have different approach when they came to AI policy. And sometimes you find that one of your output, many of your output, they came from, they focus on right, inclusion, protection, those kind of things, those kind of value, which are mostly based in Europe. You will find that policy from Europe, like the AI Act, is mostly based on value, protection, right, and everything. But in the US, in China, they are more focused on innovation, how they can put low AI policy that will push innovation. On level now, our own level in Africa, we are still behind. We cannot push those kind of restriction before. Still, we need our youth, our entrepreneurs to have the ability to innovate. So don't make us also copy policy which are not really aligned with our own interest. And I think, on my view, we don't also need us as an MP to rush to make a policy. We don't need to make a policy at this level, because really we don't have the need for that. But we can use other upper level framework, like for AU AI strategy, to protect at least the one we need to protect, those value we need to protect as African. There's some value we can protect using continental level, but still free on our national level to be open to innovation. Because if we put a lot of restriction at this level, we are still behind. We'll stop ourselves in the innovation fight. People are fighting out there. American, China, and Europe are fighting on AI for innovation, but us, we are still behind. So if we will restrict our young innovator, entrepreneur at this level, it will not be good for ourselves.
Hello. Thank you, esteemed delegates, for your inputs. I'm sorry I didn't have time to come to you, Monsieur Bernard. We'll speak outside so that we can talk about that. And I thank, and now Liz wants to say something, then we close and hand over to Celine.
Thank you, honorables. I think there are some points that I think that are coming very importantly here and worth responding to. Mheshimiwa Safari, you're talking about this research as putting values of inclusion, protection, which are Europe-centric. China, US are not doing safeguards because they're in a race, right? But what do we want as Africans? Have we even identified what we want? Is inclusion, given that our continent, even in countries, there's so much inequalities. Shouldn't that be a value for Africa? And if we are copy pasting that should be a value, how should we go about it? Protection as well. I think someone said that the technologies that we are using, much of them are not in Africa, right? So how are we going to approach it? And how are we going to, if we want for AI to be built and deployed in Africa, how should we go about protection? Because sometimes when you talk about policies and things like data protection, we're not just protecting data. Data is about people. And so we are also protecting people so that they have rights, right? Let's just think about that. Senator Muma, you talked about data being representative, us working with statistical bodies, which I think is a very, very good idea. And what I would like to point out here, there's a research I read about an Kenyan National Statistical Body saying that they only collect traditional data, like using traditional means, because they don't have capacity as institution to collect satellite data, other GIS data to give them information even about how spaces are populated, whether it's densely populated, sparsely populated. Even working with other sectors, there needs to be that coordination with other sectors so that they can actually get data. Let's say, for example, how many babies with certain chronic diseases actually survive from hospitals? What genders are they? How do people actually get treated and things like that, and disaggregated so that when this data is actually put into the AI systems, it's actually representative. The thing we are saying about AI not being inclusive is also because our data not being quality data. So that because AI itself is a product of data processing. So if you don't use some certain technology, let's say you're not using e-government services, or even when you're only using to apply for ID, but not meaningful use of technology the way other populations are using it. So when it comes to some AI products, which actually depends on this data, it's only going to take into the consideration your needs to a certain extent because it doesn't have much data about you. So how can we make data sets that we have inclusive? What policies can we champion? Yes, you're saying that we are the ones who should come to you with policies, but we are also asking you because you're the ones who actually converts the intellectual work that we do. And when you talk to podiums, to people who don't even understand technology, you also have a clever way of talking to them about what AI is in a way that us from academia, we don't know how to do that. So what are those interconnections and how can we do that as MPs, right? There are social issues that I think Mpo also talked about when we say that someone may want to change their faces, that is hard for online dating because by the time they meet, it's a completely different person. The social issue is that why is that person changing to be light skin? Is it because we also don't love our own light skin, dark skin? Is it a problem of the society creating those social inequalities? And what can we do at societal level, not even policy level? But it can also be policy level where we are also initiating behavior change against this systemic, patriarchal, the values that we think that we need and norms that we need to change in our society so that we bring in new norms that AI should actually perpetuate or increase the values that we want AI to promote and the values that we don't want to promote from the society, where we start looking at ourselves and we see how to discourage those values. I think that will be my takeaway, and I will give Mpo because this was her research. Let's engage with this. I know that some of them are very high level, but some of them we can actually interpret them to the ground, like things like even decisions on how can we have inclusive data, or how can we make laws on disinformation, AI empowered disinformation. I think we can interpret some of those nuances because they are actually experienced at the society level, and how can we involve them, the common man, so that they understand that this is how AI works. And when we are making laws on disinformation, we are actually under doing public participation. These are the opinions that we are seeking from people, so that we translate that into policy. Yeah, thanks. And I will close there because Celine is here to actually throw us out of the room.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We appreciate.
Thank you very much. We appreciate.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we will make it short because we know it's been a very long day. We reached actually the end of today's program of the African Parliamentary Track. And someone who I haven't introduced actually before and who is now part also of the closing ceremony is actually Carol Roach, who is our UN Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group Chair. She came all the way from the Bahamas also to be here, part of the African IGF. And before also giving the floor to her, I would perhaps just like to share some more details about the IGF itself. I know that we started the parliamentary track without giving much information, but basically the idea was for you to first go through the African IGF parliamentary track experience. And now we'll build up a little bit and tell you more about what is to be expected at the global level, because most of you actually will also be part of the global IGF taking place from the 23rd to the 27th of June in Lillestrøm, Norway. So in general, the IGF is actually more than just a forum. It is actually a process. We do have, besides having an annual global forum, we also have intersessional work. And this intersessional work also includes the national and regional IGF initiatives and the parliamentary track as well. The idea of creating actually a parliamentary track was really to engage parliamentarians, legislators, and create a space for them to engage with other stakeholders and to hear actually about all the digital public policy issues that are being discussed in a space such as the IGF. So you can see we have a lot of work. So for instance, we have policy networks on artificial intelligence, internet fragmentation. We have best practice forums, for instance, on cybersecurity. And these are networks that are working throughout the year to come up with policy solutions. And otherwise, something that you are actually currently experiencing are the national and regional IGF initiatives. So we do have the ones that are regional, such as the African one. We have the sub-regional ones, such as the West African one. And some of you here in the room already experienced these, but also national ones. There's, for instance, the Kenya IGF or the Gambia IGF. And we also would like to take this opportunity to encourage you also to become active in the national sub-regional IGF initiatives that are taking place. And last but not least, you can see here in the capacity development aspect, this is where we place actually the parliamentary track. Really dedicated sessions for members of parliaments to include them in these discussions, to really build networks with other stakeholders from the civil society to the private sector and so on. And now I'd like to give the floor also to Carol. She's been a very active member in the past and now again the chair of the IGF MAG, to also let you know a little bit what you can expect actually in a forum such as the IGF.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. I just want to make one comment off of the last session. You would be surprised at how much data your government holds if you've already started your digital transformation process. However, the problem is that you need to ensure that your ministries share the data. Ministries hold on to data like it's gold and they don't want to give it up. They feel like they'll be losing some type of power. Whereas if they share that data, they will be empowered. I used to be the technology director during our digital transformation project. And once we got persons to say, okay, we can share this data and you can get data from this one, that one, and the next one, and therefore you could have a more smooth process, then you start to see some advantages. So look at, the first thing you could do is look at your policies with regards to sharing your data internally. Some people say, oh, the data collection, data privacy law says that we can't share data unless it was collected for. The thing is, if you collect data for government and government agencies are all one, then you can share the data. So that's just a little thing from my other hat. But things like this you can discover and learn about when you attend the global IGF. You get to know more about what other countries are doing with regards to data privacy and protection, about data sovereignty, because now everybody wants to share. Your data is no longer in your border. You know, your data is borderless. So how does that affect your persons, your people, your constituents? So you get to learn about these things when you come and participate on the global level. You get a chance. I would encourage persons to attend not only the parliamentary track, because you'll have time to go to other sessions, the main sessions, high-level sessions, and you hear what other countries are doing. And not only here, you get a chance to say, hey, that might work for you as a global north, using that term. But what about me? What about my country? You do X, but there's a problem because in my country, X, Y, and Z exist. What's your answer to that? So you also get to share, and people get to see that, hey, maybe I don't have a super product here. Maybe I need to go back and look. Then also in the other session, they spoke about AI. So what countries are looking at is, how do you get your developers, your big techs to be responsible when producing these AI products? And you have an opportunity to put in there as well. So if we have a big talk about inclusion, then let's include ourselves. Okay, let's everybody globally hear what you have to say. So I really encourage you to participate. If you cannot be there in person, then participate online. Get your judiciary to be to participate. Get your IT department to participate. Get your trade persons to participate. And why I say the trade is that a lot of governments are interested in the economy in terms of trade, and they're just talking regular trade. They're not really looking at the digital economy in which we are missing out on. You have an orange economy that is missing out because we do not pay attention to the digital economy. So there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to grasp, but try to get your other agencies, your other colleagues involved, and to get Africa moving.
Thank you very much, Carol. Yes, so basically, you'll experience already for those who are participating for the first time, you'll experience at the African IGF that you can meet various experts. For example, Research ICT Africa are really strong partners of the IGF, and this was the whole intention to also put them in touch with you in case you need some policy advice, in case you'd like to collaborate with them. And this is something that is possible with not only academia or civil society, but also with the private sector, other government representatives, and so on and so on. And of course, also fellow parliamentarians. So this is really the core of the IGF, not only to meet experts, but part of the parliamentary track, also other parliamentarians, engage with other stakeholders, and also create networks. So for instance, it was mentioned several times, there is the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. There is the West African network of parliamentarians on internet governance. These networks can really be leveraged, especially after or in conjunction with IGFs, to exchange good practices from one country to another or within the region. So I mentioned already a little bit the IGF parliamentary track. This gives you just an idea of how broad we actually are. We're expanding from year to year, not only at the regional ones, but we've had, for instance, also the Arab IGF taking place earlier this year, the European one, the Pacific and IGF later on in Samoa will also have for the very first time a parliamentary track, and also the Asia Pacific, the Latin American one, and perhaps one day. And yes, and so this is perhaps also a call to you in case you are interested in engaging with your own national or sub-regional IGF initiative. You can raise your voice, and you can also take other parliamentarians together and create an own track part of that national IGF. And our secretariat will always be there to support. So what is to be expected in the next couple of days? Tomorrow will be the official opening of the African IGF. We will share, just for your convenience, some suggested sessions that you could attend, because for those attending for the first time, it can be quite overwhelming, not knowing where to go, what to do. But it's really an attempt to just curate your own schedule and go to the sessions of your choice. And I would also like to talk a little bit more about the global IGF and what is to be expected, especially for members of parliaments. So what we've been discussing at the regional level, we'll have very similar discussions actually at the global one. So the program will also entail topics on mis and disinformation, on the impact on democracies, and also online harms. And basically, this is an opportunity for you, with the summaries of today's discussions, to bring them and elevate them to the global level. So you will be engaging with major companies such as Google, Meta, who are already confirmed speakers, with other big civil society organizations, and so on and so on. So we hope that you're excited about Norway coming up in actually less than 3 weeks. And in general, for more information, or in case you would like to share also with your fellow parliamentarians, you can always check out our website or just contact us directly. So again, thank you so much for taking the time to be here and spending your very valuable time with us at the IGF. And before we conclude, I also wanted to say thank you to the staff, to the technical staff, but also to the interpreters for spending their time with us today. Thank you so much. Welcome.